Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Southeast Asian Slam Dunk Champion Cup Season 2. My name is TK. We're back again for another season here with Asurai for another season action in the Slam Dunk mobile game. What do you think? How are you feeling right now, Asurai, for the games coming up?
I am feeling quite ecstatic. I know that it doesn't look like I'm doing it, but really internally I am, guys, because it's been such a long time from the Season 1 Seed Champion, and there's going to be a lot of changes. I think with the particular game itself, with the addition of new playable characters, it's going to be incredibly fun. And of course, TK, moving forward, we're going to be seeing some new and old faces compete in this Season 2 tournament.
Yeah, for sure. If you're tuning in right now, that means that you're watching from the Slam Dunk YouTube channel for the English commentary. But if you want to switch things up, go to Thai language. Just go to Facebook on Slam Dunk Global or Maneski Thailand, and also on the Twitch account on Slam Dunk Southeast Asia. But yeah, those are the ways to watch the tournaments coming up. You'll be seeing on the screens later in a bit about how the format is going. We have 16 teams right here, and they'll be going in a format there on the right side of the screen. Asurai, just go away and guide us through this.
All right, I got you, man. So we do have for our particular format, so we have now a maximum of 16 teams, and we'll be dwindling that as the 2 days progress down to 4 teams, which will be all played in a best of 3 format. Moving forward, as we go for our bronze place, it's going to be a best of 5, and of course, guys, we won't let you hanging. Best of 7 for the grand finals, and that's going to be, of course, our coup de grace.
Yeah, for sure. And they will be playing for that grand prize of 100,000 vouchers for the whole team. That's a lot of vouchers. There's a lot to do. Of course, Noah's going empty-handed. Second place with 60,000. Third place with 30,000. Fourth place with 15,000. Everyone playing gets 300 diamonds per player. Of course, the teams must go from start to finish in order to earn these rewards. Otherwise, the teams and players will be disqualified. Man, I'd like to get my hands on some of these, Asurai.
Yeah, again, we talked about it before already. I was kind of hoping that maybe they'll send some of those vouchers our way just because I need to be able to grind more for the characters that I want to boost up. There's a lot more things that are available now for us that weren't a couple of months ago. I think one of those was the advanced talents for some of the older players. But speaking of players, we do have, of course, our teams now set into the front of your eyes. So if I can, I'm just going to be telling the names of our teams real quick here. Maybe not in order, but we got Lucky Shot, B-Friend, Hold'em Gaming, Gimme the Ball, Cruz Sohoku, Yane, Soul of Soy, WD, Overtime, BTLG, God, SDR1, BTV Hunter, Gengaon. I'm sorry if I maybe pronounced that incorrectly. Lauren, and Second Hold'em.
Yeah, 16 teams there. 8 are invited teams back from Season 1. If you remember, Hold'em won it last time. And also 8 more qualified teams for Season 2. So we're going to see a little mix of some players, some teams that we saw last time, and some new faces. But of course, as you mentioned, new playable characters, new tactics that we're going to see each of these 16 teams go up against each other and put to the test. As you see on the screen there, the brackets. It's going to be Yone versus Overtime, and we're going down one game or one series at a time up until we get to that grand final. I think that it's a matchup in this first round between invited teams from Season 1 against a qualified team from Season 2. So we're not going to be seeing any rematches from last season yet. That's something that we can look forward to as the season progresses.
That makes a lot of sense. I feel like our tournament organizers here have set a pretty entertaining night and 2 days for us. They're saying if you Season 2 qualified teams don't beat our invited Season 1 teams, then you don't have the opportunity to go into the deeper portion of this tournament. It's more of a taunt and a challenge that these Season 2 teams have to overcome. But maybe, they're there and they're going to be able to overwhelm our Season 1 teams. As we are looking now, of course, at our today's matches. Yone versus Overtime, of course, Hold'em Gaming versus, I believe that was SDR1. So yeah, we're back here, guys. Hey, what's up? And TK, my man, I am just, like you said, so ecstatic to get things started.
Yeah, man. We've been talking about the changes that we've expected to see, and we talked a bit before the broadcast about what we saw during last season. What were the popular players, the popular strategies that the teams use? Like Fujima was a really popular player. I think we mentioned last 90% of the US games. Rukawa also and Uosumi. What other strategies do you think that might be picked up from last season, and what are the new things that you think that we'll see here?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to point it out again that last season, and people in the chat might disagree because they might view the game a bit differently, but it was undeniable that, like you said already, Kenji Fujima, Uozumi, these two in a team is so potent because they always have the opportunity as they're in the motion of shooting to pass the ball immediately to their teammate and open things up, because as a defender, you really have to respect that they're still accurate at that particular range. You have to try to block, you have to try to stop them from hitting the basket. But when they have that second option of just being able to pass it on to a teammate, it becomes a really difficult dynamic. And I believe we saw that come out from the champions as well from season 1. But coming in to the season 2 tournament, we might see a bit of a different spell. I feel like there might be a lot more characters that could be into play. I did say again that we have the advanced talents for some of the players here, as well, of course, the introduction of Shinichi Maki from a couple of months ago. He's been quite the oppressive point guard, I would say. Really, the whole package, my man.
Yeah. I think that he's someone that some really skilled players can really use to their advantage, but that's a tough task to do. But I mean, these players are here for a reason. They're fighting for the titles of the champion, so there's going to be some really good players that are going to pick him up. If you're watching right now, this is obviously starting already, but don't forget to tune in tomorrow as well at 6 p.m. We're doing this in a 2-day event. Tomorrow will be the round of 4 teams and the championship round. But let's start off today with these 16 teams to see who makes their way there.
Yeah, and it's going to be fantastic. I'm also curious to see if we're going to see, or if we're going to witness some teams try to utilize, what was the word here? 3-point shooters, because they do have those. I don't know what exactly the moves are called, because I don't really use 3-pointers as well in the game, but they have that pump fake into a slide to either left or right, which opens up a lot of space, and they can freely go in for a 3-pointer shot, which could be difficult to deal with if you're not aware of that particular moveset. But we'll see. Of course, a lot of these teams are in a higher echelon of play compared to us, and now we're going to be looking here, TK, for the draft.
Oh, they're right off the spot. Hasidong. It looked, Hasidong picked up Maki. It's going to be the first time we see him in action here in the Champions Cup here in season 2. But over time, go with back-to-back picks of Akagi and Tadashi. Tadashi is also, I think, another new playable character for this season as well.
Oh, there we go. We're looking at Ryota Miyagi, but Fufu Junji here also does have a Shinichi Maki in his particular roster. Kicho, Maki, and Naito for Yane. I do really like this. Kicho, I think, is a really well-rounded power forward. He's going to be able to create a lot of space, and with Naito having a lot of, I think, a two-man paint play could be what they're looking for, especially with the help of Maki, who's going to be just passing the ball like a crazy monkey possessed. But was it right? Ryota Miyagi, I believe, was picked up by Overtime, and this is going to be something that I'm very, again, looking forward to seeing. Tadashi, I'm going to be honest, I haven't really seen him at all, so I'm a bit blurry on his particular movesets.
Well, yeah, I mean, I went through it a bit. I mean, he's a well-rounded player, nothing in particular. He has a glide dunk, ultimate move, more of a dunker, more of a movement, more movement related kind of player. I just want to see how he's utilized as well. But man, I'm just looking forward to see Maki Shinaji, man. Just so hyped from the last season, and looking forward to see how he does in action. Our first game here, let's go. Season 2 of the Champion Cup in the Southeast Asia region. There goes Maki. Just trying to pick him up. I really like that uniform he has on as well. And Yone trying to get on the board here. Just a lot of moves there by Maki. Just all over the place.
And already, like I'm talking about, right? It's the ankle breakers of Maki. It's the movement of Maki that Yane is oppressing for the moment. Still, though, Rakas has still really to connect the shot. And as he tries to go in, Akagi, played by Roxuru, has been pretty adamant at just controlling underneath the basket, and it helps not only defensively but also offensively as he can connect with those alley-oops.
Oh yeah, even if it's a yeah, Maki Shinai, that's what he does. I mean, just if you can get a grasp of the combos that he can use, he can be really, really good.
And now it's not yet the end of the world. We are going to be seeing quick pass. There's the alley-oop once again, blocked by McDowell. And he knows what he needs in terms of that position. Ankle breaker onto Jungji. He has to back away first. Once again, going to go for the screen as Maki over. I'm actually kind of curious. They can try to go for a shot with Maki, and he does. Look at that delayed hop into the air and a smooth glide into the basket. 4 points for Yane.
Yeah, that delay in the air just gives a lot of opportunity for Maki to just try out a lot of stuff. He can pass out of it, or he can shoot it himself. That just opens up the options for Hasidong and Yone.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about Hasidong if he's actually going to try to shoot himself, but he does. Now, one-hand lay-in for Rakaz, that's not going to be too good. Rakaz has been a bit cold on the basket. Even with a wide-open shot like that, he's not able to connect those. And that's really, I would say, just not really putting a dent in Yane. I'm pretty sure if he can hit some of those mid-range, they should be around 4 points above overtime right about now. But it's not happening at all. And Roxaru just slams one in, and we're even 4-4.
Yeah, Akagi, despite being a bit slow when he goes up for those dunks, making it easy to defend, but overtime is not making not punishing him for those slow dunks.
Quick adjustments from Yane. You're seeing here that Rakaz is slowing down in terms of his offense, and they're giving more opportunities for Hasidong to really open things up. Hasidong, though, that was a great mistake. If that goes in, that could have been a three-pointer. And like I said, I was kind of curious if we're going to be seeing a lot more of those three-point players. We're kind of seeing that now coming in. Still nothing to connect, but a well-placed three-point in a clutch situation can always give you such a big advantage.
Yeah, just because it gives you that odd number of points, it just really puts a lot of pressure on the opposing team trying to catch up. Oh, man, just a block there despite getting the contact on the ultimate.
Rakaz.
Good play there by overtime, yeah.
Okay, Hasidong missed the shot, but it gave some opening for Rakaz to really hit it up. McDowell on point with the blocks, just knows the timing and the position that he needs to. If he misses the one, Rakaz is there to pick another one up. That three-pointer is that's going to go in.
Ooh,
yikes. Odd number. There you go, man.
Just the luck of the roll there. Getting overtime up by 1.
Okay, Hasidong goes in once again. Beautiful attack on the rim. Nobody even saw it. Nobody could time the block properly. And the 10-9, it's a real back and forth. But like I said, that odd number really gives, I feel, a bit of advantage for overtime. The alley-oops a bit too skittish, sluggish, just because you said it already. Roxaru on the Akagi, his alley-oop sometimes it could be good, but it's too slow and the timing is easy on the block.
Yeah, they're just using it a lot oftenly, and it's just not working enough. But here they go. What a play there that's by Yone, isn't it? Just to get them up by 2 points. What a play.
Rakaz activated his super alley-oop, but the following after that is just a regular alley-oop, and that one can just easily get swatted away by Naito. Three-pointer out of range. Actually, is that? No, this is a 2-point, but still, Yone now have a 5-point advantage with 39 seconds left on the timer. Oh!
Yeah, it rolls out, though. That would have really brought the game back to a bit more exciting tone, but right now, Yone can just burn away some time. Yeah, they're gonna burn it away and wait for that last second ultimate move by Naito for the slam. That's a big gap. 7 points, 20 seconds. That's a lot to make up for.
Clutch 3-point, but when there's like 3 people blocking you, how can you even try to connect it? You know, I forgot again the name of the character, but at a very long distance, even farther away from the perimeter of the 3-point line, he can actually shoot that. But with, like I said, 3-man to block it, it's not going to be enough. Yane just going to go for a swish on the layup. Hasidong not even needing to hit that because they already have a 7-point advantage. And Yane already starting it off strong without much contention from their opponent as the game progressed.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game started off a bit evenly contested, and even overtime took that lead off that 3 pointer 9-8. But after that, it was just all Yona just showing their experience of playing in the Champions Cup here, just knowing what to kind of expect as the time dwindles down. There, as you see the stats, the MVP McDowell. Naito just doing a little bit of everything, especially on defense. Those 5 blocks just stopping Roxy Rue and that Akagi alley-oop dunks.
It was very, very disgusting. At the very start, I think Hasadong was okay, not really shooting his own shots, trying to connect some twos. Maybe because he was trying to condition the other team that it's going to be McDowell, it's going to be Rakas for all the offense, and I'm just going to be here to steal the ball, pass it around, and make you guys work for that ball control. But the problem was he can also hit those mid-range. And can he do it with style? And Hasadong really shows to us that Shinichi Maki is one of the most scary PGs to go up against.
Yeah, we'll want to see if a lot of players pick that up more as this tournament goes on, and actually to see how he matches up with other Fujimas if they're picked up along the way. That's a matchup that I would be wanting to look forward to.
So Ichiro Jin, there we go. That was his particular name from Kainan, if I'm not mistaken. And I did point out the 3-pointer that I do remember being utilized a lot more was the one from Shohoku, which is Hisashi Mitsui. And from what I've kind of felt playing as well in regular games as well as in ranked, that both these 2 3-pointers can really open up space. But like I said, the problem with the 3-pointer is if you can even try to create some space by I'm not sure what you call it, but like sidestepping to the right or the left, if your opponent knows your moveset and the timing about it, you saw how very few times a player like Soichiro Jin can really connect those threes. And we saw on the scoreboard, TK, he only got 1 3. It was fancy, it was good, but it was only one.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's a trend that has been coming ever since season 1, man. It's just so difficult to knock to the expert to be an expert of just knocking down those 3-pointers, getting the spacing up. We'll just have to wait and see if any of these teams have perfected it.
Yeah, and the kind of other thing that I wanted to point out, maybe because we didn't really see it too often and we did want to point it for our viewers as well, is for Yane, they had a lot more people, what was the word here, screening. While on overtime side, there was no screen at all. They were trying to have someone on the outside, have someone on the inside, not really focusing or, putting more of their effort into one thing. It's like too many eggs in different baskets. And when it's a 3 versus 3, when you need somebody to give you that opening as a 3-pointer, you need a screen. And we didn't really see that at all during the game 1. So I believe with this break time that we do have while we're waiting for the second game to get the lobby set up and everything, they need to understand that maybe a screen could actually help out here, especially someone like Soichiro Jin.
Yeah, again, it goes back to experience, it seems. As we mentioned, Yone are playing in their second cup here. I think they might be a bit more well-adjusted to each other, to how they playing with each other for a long time. We'll have to see, though, what adjustments might come up in the second game, and maybe if it goes to a third deciding game. But I mean, that's right. We've seen from season 1 how these series can turn out. It's just the first game. There's just a lot more to come.
And a quick adjustment as well, right? For if you change your roster, it can drastically change your playstyle as well. Because, again, we already know each character has their own set of abilities, set of own traits, as well as, particular or specific move sets that you can use. And we saw that during season 1. Kaide Rakawa's, Akira Sendo's, those, I would say, specialized players and the people that control them were really, really amazing. And maybe something like that can help over time. I don't know if they have a particular player that specializes in those, let's call them ace characters, but maybe they need something like that, because if they're going to try to go for explosive movement, why not just go for the most explosive characters that you can select, right?
Yeah, last season we saw some teams come out similarly with picking Hisashi Mitsui in that first game, just maybe to test things out before flipping it completely, going with that ace character, as you said. Let's see if overtime has the guts to do that.
Yeah, and now we're looking to just wait a bit more, guys, as the lobby is being set up. But like we said, it is going to be one more game before Yane just moves up into the bracket once again. So if I'm not mistaken, this is a single LM tournament, right? That means that one best of 3, if you're not able to wiggle your way through a victory, there's no safety net of the lower brackets. It's donezo for you.
Yep, sir. That's why it's 100,000 vouchers for the championship team. There's just a lot on the line for each of these teams competing. But anyways, as we mentioned, 300 diamonds per player nonetheless. They just have to play it through up until the end of the tournament. And I'm sure that each one of these teams are willing to do that.
Now we're here on the draft once again. Yane, Shinichi Maki, of course, makes sense already. Going to be picked up by Hasidong on the other end. What we're going to be seeing here, another hover over Roxuru with his Akagi Tenori. Okay, another Tadashi as well. And it seems like they're just going to go for a mirror matchup from last game.
Yeah, they're probably not going to be... Yep. Yone going with pretty much the same lineup. We're just waiting for Fufu Junji. And he's going back and forth between Shin, Soichiro Jin, and Mitsui Hasashi. But two similar style players. It's going with Jin, though. So a mirror matchup, as you mentioned. Let's see if Overtime has any other different tactics in the way they play these players.
Yeah, same picks. But the big question, my man, TK, is it going to be the same Aka? Are we going to see a more optimized play to create that space for Soichiro Jin? This is where Overtime has to put their foot down and have to adjust. And like we talked about it, they have a bit of that breather between the games before we set that lobby, before they started this one, and it's going to be clutch for them. Can Overtime push it to game number 3, or are we going to be seeing Yane go immediately to our round of 8?
Yeah, and also Overtime has to figure out how to how to stop Shinichi, as we saw in the second half of that game. That
and once again,
sorry.
Oh my goodness, yeah, they're just playing around with the ball. Another create of that shot. Nice little spacing created by McDowell as Hasidong swishes it in with the mid-range once again. Okay, we're not done just yet, and he tried to force in a three-pointer as Hasidong was right in his face. Severe interference. That's not what you want to happen. Akagi Tenori, he went, and I believe that was going to be a alley-oop layup. I think he has that moveset. I can't remember correctly, but he was playing it extremely delayed. Anyways, 2 for 2. A bit more control underneath the paint once again. Oh, no, that's not looking too good as the ankle breaker onto Junji. Hasidong opens up the opportunities. A very, very high layup from Rakas. That's the power of his own character, but timing is key to actually be able to hit that. And hitting it once again, not really in the ballpark of Roxuru as he gets denied once over. Overtime, Junji hits that three-pointer.
Yeah, finally finding that space to knock down that three. As you were mentioning, that's something that they really need to do, aside from getting Akagi open inside for those alley-oop slams.
Oh, there it is. That's what we're looking for from Rakas last round, or last game.
That's what he was been trying to look for, and he finally knocks one down, but he's just missing a lot of shots. Maybe it's just not there today for Rakas.
McDowell missing the beat, the timing, the rhythm on those blocks, and it's allowed Roxuru to sneak in about a dunker three, and it's given them a 3-point advantage. Not yet the end of the world. That's going to be the ultimate, and of course, a swish in once again from a longer distance. Hasidong keeping it very tight-knit between Overtime, but it seems like Overtime coming into this one, my man, is a bit more control, and Roxuru brings out more tricks on his sleeve and is going to be that alley-oop layup, which allows him a bit more space to stop those blockers with their timings.
Yeah, it seems like Yone is dripping a bit back down on those the timing of those blocks, but still they get it tied there with another three from Shinichi, who's starting to heat up once again.
Oh, but if you stay too long in the air, yeah, you can... Yeah. You can maybe dupe the first defender, but if there's a second one, it's not gonna happen. You're just too long there.
There's the difference between these two teams. Though McDowell just setting up a lot of screens, which really gets Shinichi open. It's just up to Shinichi to be able to knock those down.
They really need to open up something for Junji here. He's been throwing those alley-oops so many times. He tries to open up one himself, but gets slapped away. This is what we're talking about. He needs to have those screens, but somehow able to thread the needle. And Junji, overtime, they actually have this 3-point advantage.
Yeah, Fufu Junji's been looking for those threes and finally getting them, putting the pressure on Yone right now, down by 3. Could be a 2-possession game. Ollie oop, ultimate dunk there to put the game back down to 1 with 1:30 left. But ball is in the court of overtime. They have the advantage here if they can just maintain the offensive possession. But that's a lot of the ways these alley-oops are ending. Just throwing it up and getting it blocked.
Are we going to reach like double digits on the blocks for McDowell? Because he's been slapping a lot.
It doesn't work that time though. In overtime, back up again by 3. With a minute left in this game.
Hasadong passing a lot more. I thought he would just try to hit his own like that. And well, he does. And like you said again, keeping it very, very close. 13-14. And Yane not done just yet. They have the pressure of actually having the first game won already, and it's all about overtime. If they can try to go about it, two or three people blocking Junji, even with a special skill activated, it's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter.
But here they have a chance to take the lead with time winding down. Yone, Shiniji goes to Naito there. McDowell passes back to Rakas. Rakas gets it blocked after that double clutch. Clutch defensive performance there by overtime, and now they have a chance to put a nail in this coffin.
Oh man, it's gonna be a very, very sweaty game. There's still time. They can actually force the turnover so that Yane can have an opportunity to hit something, but yeah, the gorilla dunk, there it is. Smash it in the rim.
Saved it for just in time right there. 3-point advantage. Naito's gonna use his ultimate, and it's a block!
It's not a sure thing.
On the ultimate.
Ultimates can be blocked in this game, guys. I know. It's a very foreign concept to me, but I've witnessed this on Season 1. I've seen it multiple times then, and we're seeing it happen now here on Season 2. And are we gonna go for game number 3? It seems like we are. And overtime, they've refined their strategy. It's the same thing that we saw in game 1, but just much better implemented here on game 2.
Yeah, just as you were mentioning about the 3-point shooting, being able to get Jin a little bit more open, and those 2 threes early on, I think really put the pressure on Yone to up their offensive game, and it put overtime in the driver's seat from the start. This time, though, they didn't let it go. It didn't allow Yone to just come back and get back into the lead.
Yikes, that was very, very close, I would say. Soichiro Jin, I don't know where, man. He got about like 2, 3 3-pointers, I believe. Like, we'll see it here and now. 2 3-pointers. There we go. Yeah. But very, very clutch. Very, very close as well, I would say.
Yeah, that's just doing a lot, and also Roxyru just going to that alley-oop, getting those dunks, getting those alley-oop layup attempts. I mean, but the number that just really stands out despite their loss is that 10 blocks combined by Rakas and McDowell. Just stopping Roxyru down there. Unfortunately, unable to do a little bit more on the offensive end, and that's why this series is going to 3 games. What a way to start this Champion Cup Season 2 once again, Asurai.
Very, very down to the wire, I would say, and gotta give it to overtime. I thought that they have lost that steam, but even with the same picks that they have from the first game, they were still able to create that opportunity for themselves time and time again. And Roxyru seems to be the glue, the adhesive that holds everything together for overtime. And even though we saw him game 1 get rejected time and time again, if his other teammates, such as the Soichiro Jin, again, I do apologize if I can't remember the particular pronunciation of the Soichiro player, because it is in Thai, I believe, which is is he Yam Yam or Tong Tamu?
Tong Tamu.
Tong Tamu. There we go. Thank you so much. Tong Tamu as a Soichiro Jin. When he can find those openings, squeeze in through the defenders and try to hit those 3-pointers and actually make the shots. it opens up opportunities for Roxuru. And seems like McDowell, he's not the most consistent with his own particular blocks on the Naito, and that really hurt the case, I think, for Yane for at least the second game.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that it was blocked a lot of times for Roxuru down in the paint, but if they just keep going at it and at it, there's going to be some times that McDowell's going to miss those block attempts, and those are the points that go up for overtime. And eventually, if you get those threes and then add up, that's going to put the pressure on Yone.
It's not at the end of the world. It's not the end of the world just yet for either side, but that comeback from overtime really is going to give them that bit of momentum, mentality-wise, I would say. And now we're looking to go straight into the third match already. What are we going to have for these particular picks? Are we going to go for the same thing that we saw from the last two games, or is there something different that's going to be put into the mix?
Well, I mean, for Yone, I don't know if Rakas has something else up his sleeves, but he's just not been working that much for the team. If they have something else, maybe they want to try it right now, throw a curveball to Overtime's way. Overtime, they've been, I think they've been sticking to the pretty same three-player roster for these past two games. Maybe they will save something up their sleeves, but it's going to be a good one for sure, just looking at the way the first two games have gone.
I'm waiting for it. We're waiting for it. Oh, man. I cannot contain my excitement already. And here we go. Once again, Shinichi Maki for Hasidong. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're just going to go for the same pickups once again.
Yeah,
it's not going to change.
Yeah. Actually, Tongtamu is the Tadashi player. For Jin, they're going with Hisashi this time, though. Still the same kind of player.
Oh, McDowell.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's how do we call this? Just regular Hanamichi or haired up Hanamichi?
Yes. Haired up. Yeah. But yeah, a bit of a change there. That's gonna be interesting. Maybe they're expecting a lot of loose balls.
I mean,
a lot of rebounds to be gobbled up.
It makes a lot of sense because they don't. I feel like they might not need Naito as much, and there is that tip in. I'm not sure if it's called tip in or put back. I think it's tip in for Rukawa, but it might be put back for Hanamichi. So if you have a ball that hits the rim and will not go inside the basket, you can actually tip it in as an extra ability for Hanamichi, if I'm not mistaken. And his height actually makes it such a very good opportunity for you with those extra baskets. And we see them fumble a lot of those balls during the game number one. And maybe the other obvious thing is Hanamichi's a really strong defender and rebounder. So control is so fantastic here for Yane.
Yeah. One thing that I just want to see how Yone is going to manage is that they really utilize that screen that the Naito character sets up really well, especially with Shinichi. I do not know how effective it is with Sakuragi instead, but that's something that we're going to be looking forward to see.
And now we are just moments away for this third game already. And Yane, they've proven themselves a few more times during the Season 1 tournament, during the Season 1 Champion Cup. But now, Season 2 overtime, another challenger has joined in on the fight. They're looking to prove themselves here and now, and it's tournament life on the line for both of these competitors. Who is going to run out victorious to go in for a round of 8 as we move forward into this tournament? We're not done just yet. Yane looking really good with the Shinichi Maki. Can try to go for those mid-range shots as overtime, looking for actually a longer distance shots with the Shurichiro Jin and the inside or the under basket control with the Akagi.
Yeah, it's fun to see overtime really putting up a fight. As you mentioned, overtime, a newly qualified team here in Season 2, really putting up a fight against Yone, just showing that there is a lot of talent going around here in the Southeast Asia region, and we're going to see a lot more as these seasons continue to pick up.
No, we actually went back to the casters here. I was actually looking at my screen already waiting to get into the action, but you know what? We're just going to go for a bit of a technical pause as we're trying to figure out what is happening. And it seems like the happening has happened, and we're already actually 6-5. That was pretty close, and it is going to be on the left, red side, of course, Yone, and blue, it's going to be overtime.
Okay. Yeah, so Yone up by 1 now, but with overtime on that odd points, I guess Soichiro Jin found a way to knock down that 3, but Yone up by 3 now after that Maki 2-pointer. So Yone in control a bit here in the first half of the game. There's the difference there. McDowell might not be able to block that as easily down in the paint.
Yeah, Kagi's just such an aggressive underneath the basket gorilla, as I keep saying before. Now, we're seeing a lot more control on the right side for Hasidong. He's really giving the left for Rakas, and now we're seeing that those layups, those really high layups, are now connecting for Rakas, and this is where Yane seems to have everything that they want happen, but of course, it's not over for overtime. They still have Roxaru, who has a bit of options open for him underneath that basket.
Yeah, it seems like McDowell is having a bit of a problem just timing those blocks using Sakuragi, and overtime might look to go to that a little bit more.
Oh, immediately? Wait, that was too early. Yeah, up so early.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time left, and it's only a 3-point game. See if overtime makes them pay for it, but there's the block by McDowell finally coming too. Back to back, putting the pressure on there. Yone, that could be it for overtime. 2 misses there.
1 minute or 1 minute 9 on the timer, and Hasidong, he's opening opportunities. He's attacking the rim, but of course he wants to open things up as Hanamichi slams it down.
Yeah, that's a pretty big play there just to get him up by 5. Overtime. As you mentioned, they're just gonna try to be able to set up that 3, but it is blocked way far away from the basket. The defense clamping down for Yone. That 3 does not go down, and Yone in control here in this final stretch.
The biggest word for a Hanamichi or a Sakuragi player is the tenacity of this guy to just keep attacking, or rather keep getting the ball to that rim. A pass from Maki is a pass to Rakas, and of course another 2-point at that distance. Now a very forced 3-pointer from Junji, as he really wants to at least close the gap in terms of the points, or in terms of the score, but it only messes things up as he doesn't have that quick enough space for how do you say this, an open shot. It's not working at all. This is gonna get slapped away.
Oh
what
man,
oh my,
just desperation right now at this point for overtime, even though they get this, but they were just scrambling all over the place after Yone just dominated them on that defensive end.
Again, the cracks really showing for overtime. Junji as Soichiro Jin, I would say he got a bit lucky on some of those. Tadashi, of course, dunks one in, but 7 points, 5 seconds. If you do the math, it's not enough time, and you do it again in the possession of Yane, it's going to be all over, and that is Yane progressing in the tournament 20-13, and what a dominating performance here in the third game.
Yeah, just when they decided to lock it down, they were just able to get everything, all the blocks, forcing overtime into those tough shots, and that just really, it was over just like a minute left in that game. And as you're going to see here in the stats, the MVP McDowell with 8 blocks using that Sakuragi player, 18 points on that MVP list. Just a dominating win to end this series and end this game in the series.
Not a lot of rebounds, I would say, just a bit, but this does make me a bit more certain of the, how do you call this, the accuracy that is being shown to us by Yane. Because a while ago we talked about how Rakas not really feeling himself a little bit, missing a couple of those shots, the timing very, very off. That's why we saw McDowell and Hasidong have to step up to the plate in terms of the scoring. But coming into this third game, it seems like they didn't need that, and it reflects a lot more on the score that we're seeing for now. And of course, we're looking at an MVP for McDowell here, but who's the the series MVP, and we're seeing that later in just a jiffy.
Well, I feel like it's got to be McDowell just for him doing everything, both on, especially on defense. If it wasn't for him, we don't know how many points Roxy would have gotten. But also just setting those screens, as you mentioned, setting those screens for Hasidong to open up everything else on offense.
I'm looking really forward to how we're going to be seeing Yane play furthermore, because looking at it now, it's a very good, solid play style and rhythm and timing for all of them, but it might not be as how do you say this, as good as I'm expecting going up against the other teams. I could be wrong though, but of course now moving a bit more forward, we're looking at McDowell as the MVP for this best of 3 up against Yane. Looking at the points here real quick, it's not really a lot of the points, but he did do a lot in that blocking department.
Yeah, 6 blocks per game is just crazy stats, but he managed that well, did a little bit of everything else, and I think it shows there on the stats board. Also 2 assists per game, not bad for a player, for using players that are not really known for their passing abilities. He just fits so well in the system and just opens up everything for the other players.
Yeah, and in conjunction with Hidashi, who has been playing a phenomenal point guard in Maki, in controlling Maki, it really does open up a lot of possibilities here. And again, moving forward, I'm excited and really intrigued to see what we're going to be witnessing in terms of the picks that we see for these other teams. And because of the more open roster and the more advanced talents that we do have for the characters in Slam Dunk Mobile, it's going to be a lot more exciting, I would say, to see how these teams interpret what they need to use and what they need to do, how do you say this, with their own play style.
Yeah. We didn't get to see a lot of a changing of tactics here in this first game, though. But let's see if the other teams in this competition will be adjustive to how they play their games throughout as the series progresses. But good way to start the series, the Champions Cup, Sarai. I mean, we went down to 3 games, some pretty close games, even though it ended in a bit of a dominating way for Yone. Looking forward to more games down the road.
Yeah, and of course, guys, don't forget to use the code at the bottom left of your screens to enjoy a bit of surprise from the devs and the organizers of this tournament. Anyways, my man, we're going to go for a quick breather here as the Champion Cup Season 2 is going to go for a break. And when we come back, the next match is going to be, I believe, Hold'em and the other team. It was actually showing up there and it is vanished out of nowhere. I was about to say it. Anyways, guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
All right.
For the moment. Still though, Rakas has still really to connect the shot, and as he tries to go in, Akagi, played by Roxaru, has been offensively as he can connect with those alley-oops. Oh, Dan and Yane, I'm pretty sure if he can hit some of those mid-range, they should be around 4 points above overtime right about now, but it's not happening at all. Hasidong though, that was a grave mistake. If that goes in, that could have been a 3-pointer. And like I said, I was kind of curious if we were going to be seeing a lot more of those 3-point
points. It just really puts a lot of pressure on the opposing team trying to catch up. Oh man, just a block there. Getting overtime up by 1.
Okay, Hasidong goes in once again. Is easy on the block.
Yeah, they're just using it a lot optionally, and it's just not working enough. But here they go.
But the following after that is just a regular alley-oop, and that one can just easily get swatted away by Naito. 3-pointer out of
right now. Yone can just burn away some time. Yeah, they're gonna burn it away and wait for that last second ultimate.
And
yeah,
once again, oh my goodness. Yeah, they're just playing around with the ball. Another crate. Interference. That's not what you want to happen. Akagi Tenori, he went, and I believe that was going to be a alley-oop. Timing is key to actually be able to hit that, and hitting it once again, not really in the ballpark of Roxaru as he gets denied, and is going to be that alley-oop layup, which allows him a bit more space to stop those blockers with their timings.
Yeah,
He's been throwing those alley-oops so many times. He tries to open up one himself, but gets slapped away. This is what we're talking about. He needs to
them putting the pressure on Yone right now, down by 3. Could be a 2-possession game. Ollie oop getting
very, very sweaty game. There's still time. They can actually force the turnover so that Yone can have an opportunity to hit something. But if
just in time right there. 3-point advantage. Naito's gonna use his ult. Yeah, so Yone up by 1 now, but with overtime on that odd 2-pointer. So Yone in control a bit here in the first half of the game. That Mark is timing those blocks using Sakuragi, and overtime might look to go to that a little bit more.
oh, immediately?
Probably.
1 minute or 1 minute 9 on the timer, and Hasidong, he's opening opportunities, he's attacking the rim, but of course he wants Hanamichi, or a Sakuragi player, is the tenacity of this guy to just keep attacking, or rather keep getting for winner from Junji, as he really wants to at least close the gap in terms of the points, but or in terms of the score. It's not working at all. This is gonna get slapped away.
Oh
what
man,
just
yeah.
that? Oh my!
Just desperation right now.
As Suichiro Jin, I would say he's got nice pass. I never give up until it's over. Has still really to connect the shot, and as he tries to go in, Akagi, played by Roxuru, has been offensively as he can connect with those alley-oops. Oh, Dan and Yane, I'm pretty sure if he can hit some of those mid-range, they should be around 4 points above overtime right about now, but it's not happening at all. Hasidong, though, that was a great mistake. If that goes in, that could have been a three-pointer. And like I said, I was kind of curious if we were going to be seeing a lot more of those
points. It just really puts a lot of pressure on the opposing team trying to catch up. Oh, man, just a block there. Getting overtime up by 1.
Okay, Hasidong goes in once again. Is easy on the block.
Yeah, they're just using it a lot oftenly, and it's just not working enough. But here they go.
But the following after that is just a regular alley-oop, and that one can just easily get swatted away by Naito. Three-pointer out of
right now. Yone can just burn away some time. Yeah, they're gonna burn it away and wait for that last second ultimate.
And
yeah.
Once again. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they're just playing around with the ball. Another crate. Interference. That's not what you want to happen. Akagi Tenori, he went in. I believe that was going to be a alley-oop. Timing is key to actually be able to hit that, and hitting it once again, not really in the ballpark of Roxu as he gets denied. And is going to be that alley-oop layup, which allows him a bit more space to stop those blockers with their timings.
Yeah.
He's been throwing those alley-oops so many times. He tries to open up one himself, but gets slapped away. This is what we're talking about. He needs to...
Them putting the pressure on Yone right now, down by 3. Could be a 2-possession game. Alley-oop. Getting
very, very sweaty game. There's still time. They can actually force the turnover so that Yane can have an opportunity to hit something. But
just in time right there. 3-point advantage. Naito's gonna use his yeah, so Yone up by 1 now, but with overtime on that odd 2-pointer. So Yone in control a bit here in the first half of the game. Mark is timing those blocks using Sakuragi, and overtime might look to go to that a little bit more.
Oh, immediately?
Probably.
1 minute or 1 minute 9 on the timer, and Hasidong, he's opening opportunities. He's attacking the rim, but of course he wants Hanamichi, or a Sakuragi player, is the tenacity of this guy to just keep attacking, or rather keep getting winner from Junji, as he really wants to at least close the gap in terms of the points, but or in terms of the score. It's not working at all. This is gonna get slapped away.
Oh,
what?
Man.
Just
yeah.
That. Oh my.
Just desperation right now.
As Suichiro Jin, I would say he got judged the moment. Still though, Rakas has still really to connect the shot, and as he tries to go in, Akagi, played by Roxuru, has been And
we're back for the second series of the Southeast Asia Slam Dunk Champions Cup Season 2. We had a great first series to go on, and we're heading on to this next one. The defending champions back from Season 1, Hold'em, going up against the new team, SDR1. Asrai, let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah, and my thoughts, honestly, was Yane played a fantastic game. Yes, the second game, they were a bit shaky, and overtime was mounting their play. We saw probably overtime for the first time in forever have the game that they really wanted. That was the ideal output that they were looking for, but a quick adjustment once again from Yane really solidified the dub for them. And we did really see the limitations, I think, of the play style. Maybe not the pick specifically, but more of the forced style of play from overtime that really costed them the game.
Yeah, but it was fun to see Shinichi in a competition for the first time, to see how he was able to use and just how he works in this new style of play. Just looking forward to see if Hold'em or SDR1 picks that up, or if we're going to see some other new styles of plays as we head into the second series of this 16-team round.
Yeah, like you said, man, it's the reigning champions up against SDR1. And this would just mean that SDR1 is the team. Again, we're going to be talking about a Season 2 qualifier team to prove themselves. And proving themselves up against such an amazing team as this Hold'em is going to be a tall task. And I'm curious, again, we talked about how there's more difference in the selection of the player, the fighter, not the fighter, sorry, but the characters that have been quite different compared to this one. And now we're already looking at Hold'em to go up against SDR1.
Yeah, SDR1 team from Malaysia going up against the defending champions Hold'em. As you see, there's one guy from last season, the MVP Ikaku, who really did play that Uosumi player really well. If you see there in the first name, that's Naihet, which is Mr. Mushroom from last season. He changed his name to English this time, so it's easier for us casters in English, but a full squad there with 5 players for Hold'em.
Hold'em, just to remind everybody, was the team that used, I believe, the Jun Owazumi and the... what was the character I believe that you did mention a while ago? I believe that was Kenji Fujima. Yeah. Now Hold'em. Oh, there it is. The how do you say it? Shaven head Sakuragi.
Yeah. Buzz cut Sakuragi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out as well. This is the rendition of Sakuragi that can actually hit mid-range jumpers, because I've been in multiple matches with a quite decent Hanamichi, and it was pretty scary, man. He's pretty devastating.
Interesting from SDR1 side is that they're going with that other new playable character, Tatsuma Oda, center, who really has some mid-range shooting that he can do really well. So I haven't seen him much in action. Just looking forward to see how they utilize that on that side.
You know, I'm kind of curious. We didn't really see too much from Season 1, a successful Toru Hanagata. And I think moving forward into Season 2, he's actually a bit more viable. But for now, I think this other new character could be the better option. As you said, lots more of those... those options for mid-range. And in case, once again, another Shinichi Maki that we're seeing played up by Hold'em, who is just showing up so much more. And this is the first time, compared to Yane, that we're seeing a Maki actually push in underneath the basket and attack that paint.
Yeah, and I'm loving, just out of the game here a bit, I'm just loving the new venue here that we're getting to see in Stadium Venue. And you can see the decoration there cheering on for the defending MVP Ikaku, as Hold'em is up, as up 4-1 to start, 4-2 to start this game.
SDR1 got a lot to prove for the moment, creating that space once again, trying to go deeper into the basket here. But Hanamichi does have everything locked and loaded underneath that basket, and it drops. There it is. Look at that big little rebound, but not really taken at all for him. And beautiful pump fake, but the ball just not really liking the basket for SDR1 here.
Oh, what a move there by Sakuragi, but unable to throw it down. SDR1 still holding their own, getting a defensive stop, trying that 3. It will roll in. SDR1, the new team, going up ahead against the defending champs.
It's still just the 1-pointer, but still, 1 point could create, make, or break it for either side. Ooh. Nice little roll off the rim there from Jay, but not really gonna matter, and that should go in.
Oh, that is a
fade away.
Big one.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's a big basket as it puts them up by 2 possessions now. SDR1 starting to get in control. Imagine if they can take down the defending champions in the first game.
Well, that's such a big momentum jump for them, momentum boost, I would say. Anyways, of course, SDR1, a lot of fans, I believe, that I saw just giving them a lot of support. So this team has, I would say, a grasp and respect from the community that they come from. And once again, another long-range three-point jumper, and that is just so close. You cannot allow him to do these atrocities, as finally Hold'em get a couple of rebounds to their own end.
Yeah, now they're just trying to chip away at that momentum a little bit. If a basket gets here, I can see SDR1 feeling highly pressured.
The pressure you can, like you said, it's a bit emanating here. 2 points, not the end of the world. We've equalized it, but it feels a lot longer than it actually is. We've only hit about the 2-minute marker. It's not done just yet, but Jay really just going up to the face of the three-pointer here from SDR1, and he's finally getting the blocks in.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of everything Jay, as that Maki Shinichi character can do. Passing it around, getting it to Kulaks there. Kulaks looking for a shot. Mid-range jumper, as you mentioned, that he can knock those down. The bald-headed Sakuragi, the buzz-cut Sakuragi, sorry. Holding with a 6-0 run to get back into lead, but a quick response by SDR1 just right when they needed it. Back in the lead. What a game this has been.
3 threes already, or 3 3-pointers, if people are wondering why I'm saying 3 2 times. Anyways, speaking of hitting those, takes the lead 1 point, but 1 point could be it because we're reaching the critical mass of the 1 minute timer. But oh my god, Hisashi Mitsui
getting those rolls in for SDR1, and Hold'em's gonna be like, what else can we do to stop that? We just need to do better on this side of the offensive board. On the offensive side, to not use as much time as they are right now. Get an easy basket. Oh! That was much needed, as they were just about to lose that offensive possession. So we're back at square one with less than a minute to go. Quick shot there by Oda, but what a block by Sakuragi on that super, on that ultimate shot, and another one.
Does he have, what to say this, a super spring on his knees? Those jumps are just so high. In any case, Hold'em really showing their grit as the champions, using that rebound dunk to even everything out. And speaking of even everything out, they've already broken the mix. It's actually not as good as you would think for Hold'em, because there's always a threat of SDR1 hitting a three-pointer with Mitsui at that far of a distance, and nobody can block it. But Jay!
Oh, and what a block from behind by Jay, as you were just about to say. They are going to run the clock out on this one, and what a turn of events. But another block, but it is not enough time. What a game there to start this series. I mean, first of all, just got to give a hands up to SDR1 for just putting up a fight, never backing down and giving it to the defending champs. But what poise those guys had on the defensive end, especially to come away with this victory to start the series. Whew.
Sorry, I'm a bit speechless here, man. SDR1, you're absolutely correct. They were just fantastic with their offense. The Hisashi Mitsui pickup for their three-pointer. He's nuts. 12 points in the basket. That's 4 3-pointers in one game. But to even things out for them, he's the only one that really got into the mix here. And you saw there was so much pressure. If we see how many blocks that came out from Hold'em, that is about 6 blocks in total. Probably like 90% of that is just to deny the Hisashi Mitsui player of SDR1 from his 3 points. And even though he does hit those, they need another option to hit a shot, because again, 3 points are great, but when that's the only thing that you can do, it becomes a one-dimensional, easy block type of deal, right? And it shows, because Jay was adjusted to it at the very last possible moment.
Yeah, but it's only just the first game. There's still some other stuff to do. Looking forward to see how they utilize that Oda character a little bit more. I was expecting to see him use that ultimate fadeaway mid-range jumper.
Lone wolf shot, little bit, but it saw it from the
the lone wolf shot
from the trailer.
Yeah, but it was blocked away by Ikaku, and man, what a game that was to start things off. And just looking forward to more entertaining action as we wait for the game 2 to start.
Yeah, and wow, Hold'em does not disappoint. I know there was only a 2-point difference, but you saw how quick they were to really adjust to their opponent. And honestly, if it was any other team other than Hold'em, it might have been a different spell. It might have been just SDR1 getting that game 1 already within their grasp,
Yeah, yeah, they were already seizing the momentum after those two threes. I mean, in a game as short as these 3-3 games in Slam Dunk, a 4 point lead is a pretty wide gap, especially going up against a team that was playing pretty well at that point. So just goes to show them why Hold'em won it last year, and that's why they looked pretty well on their way to defending that title.
And man, fantastic play style overall from both teams. Again, cannot put out of the running SDR1. They were just so fantastic. And even though they fell short, it was only 2 points short. Again, the only thing to reiterate for our viewers here that they might need to do is if they're gonna focus on giving Mitsui all of the options or all of the ways to shoot, just give him easier ways to actually connect that, because Jay needs to be stopped slapping the ball away from his hands. Even if Mitsui can go for those, I'll just call them fadeaway 3-pointers, it's still blockable if you know the timing of it. And Jay adjusted to that, and he hit the blocks more so than not nearing the end of that game one.
Yeah, just got to do a lot more to support that if that's going to be your main offensive weapon. But just got to see a little bit more of that, especially from the other players that are picking up the characters that we haven't seen that much.
Yeah, I highly agree. Now we're just a tad bit away, guys, from getting into the second game as we're preparing ourselves to see if Hold'em will already skyrocket themselves moving forward into the round of 8 from this round of 16, or does SDR1 have more tricks up their sleeve? Again, it's a best of 3. It's only single eliminations. So if you're an SDR1 fan, this is it, guys. Shout it, or more specifically, since we're all from home, just type it as aggressively as you can. I don't know. I don't think it's like type it as loud as you can. Maybe if you have like a keyboard or
caps lock, just go caps lock.
Yeah, caps lock. There we go. Thank you. But yeah, you have to give your support, guys, right now. SDR1 definitely need it, but they have that grit. They have the individual player skill already. They just have to mix it a lot more, as you saw Hold'em really have that cohesion in terms of their play.
Yeah, just a root away. SDR1 team from Malaysia, I think. So just keep on showering your support. They're going to need it. But while you wait right now, while we have some time left before the second game starts, don't forget to log in that code right under me, right under there. Just log that in, get some freebies. We're going to check out what those freebies actually are. But I mean, it's free. Pick it up. Don't leave it hanging there. Just take it and use it, because it'll really help you play in this game, upgrade your characters, upgrade your team, and maybe next season, season 3, we'll see you guys playing here and casting you guys in action.
Yeah, and man, I can't wait for. I mean, we're already at season 2, right? We're how to say this, predicting the future already for season 3. Cannot wait for that for sure. But for the moment, I do hear in my head, or I do predict that we're about to start for game number 2. We're just waiting for the lobby to go underway, guys. And once again, thank you so much for giving us all of your support and coming in to also watch these amazing teams that have put so much of their effort to try to compete, to get themselves into this really, really exclusive tournament here for Slam Dunk Mobile. And show to us what they've got. And again, season 2, compared to season 1, there's a lot more options, there's a lot more play styles, and we're seeing that come to fruition right here, right now. Last chance for SDR1 and Hold'em. They hold in their hands the opportunity to go in deeper into the tournament right here, right now.
Yeah, SDR1, as you see there, only have 3 players in their roster, so they might not have a lot to change up, to adjust around as compared to what Hold'em might have in store. Again, we haven't seen Ninehead, Mr. Mushroom from last season, another notable player from season 1. See if they throw that into the mix. But Ikaku doing really well in his second season there. Nope, they're still going with the same lineup for Hold'em. And let's see the players that are going to be picked to play in this game.
Actually, there's a switch of sides. That means that SDR1 got themselves the Hanamichi first. So Hold'em's got to adjust. And in their adjustment, it's going to be Nobunaga and Oda. They're going to be picking up.
Yeah, that's interesting. again, we didn't see much of what Oda was capable in that last game, but there we see the Fujima pick for SDR1, the first time we've seen him selected in this series. And also the 3-point shooting of Hisashi. As you mentioned, we were looking forward to see some of the new trends that the teams are going to be going for this season. It seems that 3-point shooting is something that a lot of teams are looking forward to use.
Yeah, because again, in basketball, if you don't have respect or you don't want to adhere to 3 points, you're basically reducing your effectiveness 50% because there's inside the paint, inside that perimeter, and then there's outside the perimeter where it's just a 3 point. So it's a waste of points if you don't.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's something I also want to point out here, TK. The comp that SDR1 have created, it kind of looks straightforward. Hanamichi underneath the basket. You have Fujima in the middle who can hit mid-range jumpers as well as pass the ball. And then it's Mitsui who's always going to be waiting on the 3-point line.
Yeah, for sure. That's something. It's a pretty straightforward way to play. Let's just see if they have any curveballs there. But I just want to see them try to get Mitsui a little bit more open with those threes. Right now they're going with Fujima in the mid-range jumper.
I'm also curious if they're going to try to use Hanamichi for that mid-range pump fake into the dash, or rather into the quick dip into the dunk, and that's going to get slapped away, and another slap as well, as there's not really much opportunities right now for SDR1, and they run down the clock. Ball goes back into the favor of Hold'em.
Yeah, Hold'em up by 2 now. Just moving it around, Jay.
Okay, quick pause.
Yeah, a quick pause. Maybe a bit of a technical difficulty here, but Hold'em holding the advantage early on in this game. SDR1 trying to figure out what to do.
They need to have that Hanamichi come online, and by that I mean he needs to be the one that works the most. Has to rebound, has to also attack the basket and open up opportunities for both the Fujima and the Mitsui, because Fujima, he can pass the ball around, yes, but technically if he passes the ball to Mitsui, everybody knows that he's going to go for a 3-pointer, and everybody's just going to try to block him.
Just maybe not a lot of alternate options there for SDR1. But it's going up against Hold'em, and they showed their poise in game 1 that they're not backing down from anything. So I think they can do a pretty good job. Maybe tie up the series despite the slow start here in game 2, which is, as we mentioned, just some technical difficulties before we go back into the action. Still, it's a lot. There's a lot more up to come after this game. We'll be live casting the round of 8 teams, just down to 8 teams right now. Right now it's a round of 16 teams. It's gonna still be a best of 3 series, but tomorrow we'll be heading into the final 4, where it will be best of 5, before we head on to the championship round, which will be a best of 7.
Yeah, and that is gonna be a bit of a doozy. Imagine like these best of 3s and you double it up to a best of 7. That's gonna be quite a bit for anybody who plays that. Really, really stressful, really taxing, I would say. But you know what? That's what we live for. That's what these players actually are living for right now. The dream to be able to compete in such a high-level tournament. You never know. Maybe in Season 3 or in any of the future seasons there, when this issue that we have right now in the world around us evens out, or sorry, not evens out, but eases up, we might be seeing a LAN tournament for Snapdog Momo, and maybe they fly me out to Thailand if they do that, because I do miss the food in Thailand. It's been a while since I've been there.
Yeah, Thai food's the best. To be honest, it's grateful just to be here and get to eat that almost every day. But hopefully everything that opens up. But I mean, coming back to the game, one thing that I've really enjoyed seeing here is just how much the gameplay has improved, how much the players have improved in the way they play, how much they're picking up the new players like Shinji and Oda, just tinkering around with how they play, not sticking to the same stuff that they were using last season. That it just adds a lot more dimension, and us as casters or people that are viewing it from at home just see a lot more stuff, see how these guys just take some new things and take it into action. It's a growing thing. You just keep seeing new things, and it just keeps on getting more and more fun.
Yeah, and again, it's all about how well you can interpret your particular picks into an optimized play. Some of these players really have to adjust. They have the set plan in their heads, but when you have an opponent that understands what you're also trying to do and already has a counter for it, you need to go a step further. You need to go a level above and try to figure out what you can do with the same picks that you have in the game that you're going to be playing with a limited amount of time. That's what you know when a really good team is here, when they're able to adjust that. Right now, we're seeing only about Yone and Hold'em really capitalize on it. And the Season 2 teams that are playing, at least for the two that we have witnessed as of the moment, haven't really done that as much. And this doesn't mean that they're a bad team or anything. It's more just showing that there's a lot more experience that is emanating, flowing out from both these two Season 1 teams that have competed, most notably, of course, Hold'em and Yone. But of course, can't put the other team out of the equation just yet. Could be a different spell as we're going to almost come back into resuming the second game between the two teams.
If we're going back, just talking about Hold'em a little bit, just to paint a picture of how well they did last time. They won almost every game on the way to a 4-1 series win in the finals, and that's why they have the advantage up here as we go back into action with 3 minutes left and a 2-0 lead.
Oh, loving the space creation and a wide open shot. That's what we're looking for. 3-pointer for Hisashi Mitsui.
Yeah, that's just something that really needs to, SDR1 really needs to continue doing.
Slams it back in there from Holding, using, of course, the shooting forward from Kulaks. Still, ball back into the possession of SDR1. You have all the control in the world, and that's... Oh, wait, that's a bit too slow. But the tip in from Sakuragi.
Maybe that'll count as an assist. I don't know.
Oh,
but yeah, good. Hold'em just looking for those. And another block at the rim. SDR1 getting that timing down. Can they get it again? This time, nope. It rolls in for Hold'em and they reclaim the lead.
A sweet, sweet roll. If somebody keeps slapping away at your dunks, why not just go and hook shot your way to victory? Fade away from Fujima. That's not what he was looking for. It's all to pass to the Mitsui. And once again, SDR1, time and time, ice in their veins, hits the 3.
Coming out of that break a little bit better than Hold'em, but again, going back to that dunk. I think that's by Kulaks for another dunk down in the paint.
Look at that ball control from Mitsui there. Of course, just a tad bit short, but he's got all of the control in the world, and he's not only a three-pointer, man. He's got some moves underneath that basket and a quick little 360 into the layup, and that's going to give them a 2-point advantage up against Hold'em. Now ball in the possession of Hold'em, as it's going to be Jay just shooting it in, a sniper at that mid-range.
Yeah, offense picking up for both teams. 10-10 already with 2 minutes left. That's just less than 2 minutes left. That's a lot of good offense by both squads. I know SDR1 now with the ball and a dunk right down there. Powerful one to get back into the lead.
Oh. The music has also changed, and it's hyping me up even more. 1 minute and 30. It's very neck and neck. A good chunk of time for anybody to take a lead and anybody to actually net a comeback here, but it's not yet over. Ball back into the possession. It's going to be the under alley-oop, or not the under over dunk. That's going to be good from Kulaks. 12-12.
Yeah, it's just unable to time that properly for the block from SDR1. Though they still have the ball now. Hold'em trying to get it out of their hands. Fujima passes it out.
Not a lot of time.
SDR1, nice pass. And another block by Hold'em. They get the ball back now with a chance to go up ahead with 1 minute left. Jay looking for his opportunities. Hangs in the air and it rolls in again. That's what usually happens with those shots from Maki Shinichi.
Yeah, Jay has been abusing that time after time, and it's worked really clutch because nobody's expecting it to actually go in, or maybe the defender, the blocker, just jumps in a bit too early and it leaves him hanging in the air, which connects the shot. But speaking of again hitting those shots, it's the 3 time after time from this Hisashi Mitsui, and it's really looking quite grim. A couple of screens here and there to open things up as it's SDR1 once again with the ball in their possession. This could actually work in their favor.
And that doesn't roll down, though. That would have really done the job, but now they're giving the chance to hold them to get back into the lead. Wasted opportunity by SDR1, but a block there. Coming alive on defense. The ball is loose. They still control the ball and wasting away time right now. They can just stick in there. I think the shot clock should end first. Not giving up enough time to hold them, and that might be it.
Well, this is, of course, that bit of annoying game of cat and mouse. 1 second in the clock. I thought it was already over for game 2, but it was only a second to delay the inevitable, and we're going to go for game 3. SDR1, man. What a game coming out from them.
Yeah, Mitsui is just coming alive, getting into those 3-pointers, especially using his MVP rollback special to get those threes going. But I think picking up Sakuragi down in the paint and getting those blocks really, really worked out well for SDR1, just for the fact that Hold'em were significantly hesitant on attacking inside, going inside to the paint. And MVP there, no surprise, SDR1 Mitsui character going away with 11 points and 14.1 points for the MVP award for this game.
Ice in his veins. Just never really being truly contested. A while ago, the pressure was on, but that quick adjustment to the Fujima and having the Hanamichi step into play really opened things up. I told you when the game started, it was very straightforward, but it doesn't mean that would have made it any easier for Hold'em to actually counter their style of play, especially when Hold'em themselves don't really have an option to go for a high percentage 3-point player. Yeah, Jay with a Maki can hit those 3 points, but not as well and as numerous as amount of times as the Mitsui. And it really goes to show how much pressure it put for Hold'em to play catch up when they were trying to, just catch up.
Yeah, but seeing here, I think Jay played really well. And if it was, you can see there, he has more MVP points than STR's Mitsui character. So I think Jay did really well. Ikaku was a bit disappointing, didn't really impact the game as much. That's someone that I'm looking forward to see here in game 3, if he can turn it around. Maybe if they can come back to getting that Sakuragi character to bolster the defensive end for them.
Maybe we'll see that one again. It was the first pick for SDR1, so having that Hanamichi really put a lot of, I think, wrench the plan of Hold'em there, and we'll see if Hold'em can get that first pick once again. Again, we don't know on our end as the casters who's going to be the first pick. We have to wait a little bit later on when we saw the draft with you guys in tandem. So if we do see Hold'em actually get that first priority pick, we're probably going to be seeing them try to steal the Hanamichi away, because it was, I would believe, a really pivotal opportunity pick for any of these two teams. Even though Mitsui was the one that got all the points, I feel like Hanamichi was the one that really controlled underneath that basket.
Yeah, for sure. Just standing there inside the paint really made Hold'em hesitant to just attack, go to their usual game plan, and I think that really helped. Just a pivotal character in this series. Whoever gets him seems to have the advantage. One thing I think was interesting from this series is that the impact of the Fujima character that we saw a lot in Season 1 has been downtoned a little bit. Maybe it's just that the players are adjusting, just a new style of play, but that's a trend that we're looking forward to see. But we're seeing Shinichi getting a lot of burn here in these first 2 series.
And now it seems like Hold'em will be the ones to actually get that first pick priority. And curious to see if it's going to really be that Hanamichi, or will they try to maybe implement something different. I'm thinking they're going to just go for the Hanamichi, because if they have any other strategies, they might want to save that for a more intense series. And I'm looking at maybe the round of 4, semifinals, or the grand finals per se.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just waiting to head into the draft room, as we sometimes call it, to see which players are going to be picked. Hold'em has stuck to their usual lineup so far with Ikaku, Jay, and Kulaks. Again, Jay has been playing so well. Kulaks has been done supporting a little bit, but a bit disappointing, slightly disappointing from the MVP from last season, Ikaku. So maybe seeing if there are some gears to be left to turn around in this decisive go home or go hard game 3.
It's taking a bit longer than I expect to get it into the draft already, but should just be a slight more waiting time for you guys. So again, just want to thank everybody for joining us right now for our season 2 of the Champion Cup for Slam Dunk Mobile. It's been such an honor to be invited again to cast, and it's really fun to see how these teams have evolved, progressed, or maybe the other teams have caught up to them. These other teams that want to show up coming into the qualifiers too. And I'm seeing as well one team that's representing the Philippines, which is of course the land that I came from, BTLG. So I'm also looking forward to seeing them if ever, and wanting to know what they can bring to the plate here, to the court. But for now, it's going to be Hold'em and SDR1. As just a quick recap, SDR1, they really creamed the floor with that Mitsui, and there we go, Hold'em locking in a Hanamichi as soon as the draft started.
Yep. SDR1 though going with a surprise pick there with the Kazuma character. A pretty strong inside character that we haven't seen picked up that much. Jay, of course, going with that Maki Shiniji, and Kulaks with that Kazushi defensive player. And there, Tatsumasa Oda. So they're going with 2 big guys there for SDR1. Not a lot of ball handling aside from Hisashi. Let's see how it works out for SDR1 and if they can dethrone the defending champions.
Oh man, electricity in the air. It's gonna be such a tight game, but it could it might not be a tight game per se because of the fact that the Hanamichi just swatted or swiped away from the hands of SDR1. It could be wrong though, but we did see the Oda and the Tatsuma not really get the, how do I say this, the value that I think SDR1 were looking for during game 1.
Yeah. Hold'em with the ball to start though. Getting it to Jay and Kulak, staying there on that side. That's been their game plan as they just wait for that cut. But Ikaku swatted away by Kazuma.
Moving the ball for Jay. Quick little start there. Did I say Tatsuma? I meant Kazuma. Where did Tatsuma come from? Anyways, now SDR1 in the possession of the ball, trying to go deep into it, and that was a beautiful pump fake into the quick little layup from the side of the rim. And this is where it all goes for SDR1.
Yeah, that's what Kazuma can do. Just a little bit of inside scoring. Just help out on the offensive end. Yeah, Hold'em just really has that game plan set. They're just going on that two play on the side with Jay and Kulaks, with Ikaku just waiting on the other end to support that. But yeah, SDR1 really likes going to that Kazuma player.
Smashing it back in as quickly as they get that possession on the ball. Jay, I'm kind of wondering why he just doesn't try to go and quickly shoot the ball once he breaks the ankles of Mitsui. But you know what? In the end, it still works out because Ikaku has pretty good timing with that shot of his and still connects a 2 at that range. Hold'em got everything, and it seems like they still have an opportunity as Oda get themselves the rebound on the ball.
Yeah, Tatsumasa there, the Oda character. We're seeing a bit of his rebounding skills. He can do that pretty well. And Kazuma, again with the offense, an offensive center that is rarely picked, but showing what he can do, what he's capable of.
Skyhooks in that mid-range, loving it from the perimeter. Jay, it almost gets spat out by the basket. But you know what? The basket was just filling it out a bit. almost, but then says it's a delicious little ball and I'll take it for you. That gives another 2-point advantage here for Hold'em. It's not the end of the world as SDR1 still has, of course, a knife in their pocket, and that is a 3-pointer. Mitsui a bit short on that 3-pointer, but he still does have his ultimate up and running.
Oh, that's just a great block by Kulaks there, timing it perfectly. Even after the first defender missed it there. That's going to be a huge advantage for Hold'em. That 3 driving a dagger into the hearts of SDR1, a 5-point gap, but still plenty of time if they can just avoid the block attempt on these 3-pointers.
This is what happens when you don't have that options anymore. Only a 2 points, a twofer, not going to be a threefer, but still something that SDR1 will be happy at. At least it's swished into the basket, and it does close the gap up against Hold'em. 2 minutes on the clock, and is that going to be? Oh no, a second 2 in a row, 3 points from Jay.
That is cool. Just the crossover combo set, but a quick response by SDR1, keeping their hopes alive. These two teams are picking it up from downtown.
Jay, is he going to answer back with another by himself? He's complimenting, or not complimenting, but he's contemplating it. He wants to go in, but of course, why not just go for the surefire? Never mind. No 2 points for him, and Mitsui slapped away by Jay, saying denied once again. Another one.
They're just taking turns blocking that now. A bit too easy to time. Everyone getting into that block party action before Hold'em finally gets the ball back in their hands, and a grand opportunity here. Jay once again with that step back jumper, up by 5. That's a big block. Again, just doing everything for Hold'em. Jay.
I wanted to ask that question, or we were asking that question, where are we going to be seeing Jay utilize himself? And when he ankle breaks Mitsui, open up a shot on his own. And he does. And it actually connects even more aggressively. Kazuma, though, swishes, or rather not swishes, but plucks out the ball in the air and opens up an opportunity here. Oda is trying to hit some shots as a center. He can, though, but it's just not working out in his favor just yet. And all eyes on Hold'em as they have 5 points of an advantage against their opponents.
That seems to be... It's a big gap, 5 points, and that just drives it in. Another block from that long-range shot attempt. SDR1 running out of options, running out of time. Even on that shot, gets it blocked away. I think Hold'em will probably try to run out the clock here as they are going to cruise away. No, there's still a little bit more time, but that should be it. The lone wolf shot gets swatted away. Hold'em with an emphatic way to end that series. STR1 tried again, but Hold'em just too much, especially Jay just perfecting the use of that Maki Shinichi player.
Daggers into the hearts of SDR1 and their fans as 14 freaking points for Hold'em's Jay. And like he said, he optimized and he fully utilized the Shinichi Maki pickup. And boy, oh boy, did we see it. Twice in a row did he hit some three-pointers. Yes, there's an answer back by Mitsui, but you saw, this is what we're talking about, how many blocks transpired. And look at that, 10 blocks in total from Hold'em, and probably 90% of all of that is just to stop the three-pointer from Mitsui.
Yeah, I like that stat line from Kulaks, though, a little bit, even if scoring no points, but 5 blocks, 5 assists, adding in a steal. Just showing you that those of you who are playing the game, the focus is on scoring as you need points to win the game, but you can impact the team in other ways as well, as you see these guys are doing on the court.
Yeah, I mean, it's not all about that score. It's definitely you need to score to win, because that's the basic premise of basketball. But when you have somebody that can pick up the ball, if it doesn't go into the basket, it gives you that second opportunity. I believe this was the thing that Akagi mentioned to Sakuragi at the start of the anime, like back in the day for Slam Dunk. Yep. So it's also one of the things why we see Hold'em kind of following the storyline of the anime.
Yeah, but yeah, the MVP, no surprises here. Jay coming away with the MVP of the series, 10 points, 2.3 assists, 2.7 blocks, just doing a little bit of everything, though leaving the rebounding to the other inside players. But look at that field goal percentage, 85% from Jay. Just an effective, efficient player, efficient character to use as well.
Nothing to scoff at all. 85% just means that you're 15% away from being 100. That's pretty damn ridiculous. And now we're just waiting for our bracket to update for you guys, that we can show you what the progress of this season 2 tournament has been. But my oh my, TK, what a game did we see. We saw both of, again, Yone and Hold'em sweat up against their opponents, and they sweat hard on their matches.
Yeah, none of these wins came easy, and here, as you see, Yone winning in their first game, and they're going to be advancing to play against Gimme the Ball. I think Gimme the Ball is from Singapore, so that's going to be one of the teams outside of Thailand that are going to make it through. God facing up against Hold'em, who we just watched, the defending champions. CRU Shohoku against WD, and Lorne against second Hold'em. If I'm not mistaken, that is a lot of teams, a lot of new teams that have qualified from season 2 that are making their way to the the quarterfinals.
That is a very, very interesting statistic that you pointed out. This means that the other matches that we did not witness have been dominated by these season 2 qualifiers or qualifying teams, and that just puts more what I said down the toilet. I was talking about how, you know, it was a season 1 teams that you need to prove yourselves to, but they definitely proved in themselves. And now we're just gonna go quickly, guys, to show you the highlights, and we're gonna go for a quick break. When we come back, it's all about the quarterfinals, so don't go anywhere. By Hold'em, who is just
unable to throw it down. SDR1 still holding their own, getting a defensive stop, trying that 3. It will
for either side. Ooh, nice little roll off the rim there from Jay, but not really gonna matter. And that the pressure, you can, like you said, it's a bit emanating here. 2 points.
The buzz cut Sakuraki, sorry. Hold'em with a 6-0.
The critical mass of the 1 minute timer, but
the offensive board on the offensive side to not use as much time as they are right now. Get an easy basket. Also back at square one with less than a minute to go. Quick shot there by Oda, but what a block by Sakuragi on that super.
Hold'em really showing their grit as the champions, using that rebound dunk to even everything out. And speak point here, TK. The comp that SD
is back into action with 3 minutes left and a 2-0 lead.
Oh, loving the space creation and back. Still, ball back into the possession of SDR1. They have all the control in the world, and that's, oh wait, that's a bit. Why not just go and hook shot your way to victory? Fade away from Fujima. That's not what he was looking for. It's all done to the layup, and that's going to give them a 2-point advantage up against Hold'em. Now ball in the possession of Hold'em, as it's going to be Jay just shooting it in.
With 2 minutes left, that's just less than 2 minutes left. That's a lot of good offense by both squads. I know SDR already.
Chunk of time for anybody to take a lead and anybody to actually net a comeback here, but it's not yet over. Ball back into the possession. It's going to be good. Expecting it to actually go in, or maybe the defender, the blocker, just jumps in a bit too early and it leaves him hanging in the air. Nobody's
wasted opportunity by SDR1, but a block there. Coming alive on defense. The ball is loose. They still could back staying there on that side. That's been their game plan as they just wait for that cut. But Ikaku swatted.
Get themselves the rebound on the ball.
Yeah, Tatsumasa there, the Oda character. We're seeing a bit of his rebounding skill. Even after the first defender missed it there. That's going to be a...
We'll be happy at least it swished into the basket, and it does close the gap up against Hold'em. 2 minutes on the clock, and SDR
into that block party action. before Hold'em finally gets the ball back in their hands, and a grand opportunity. One just drives it in. Another block from that long-range shot attempt. SDR1.
Nice pass! I never give up until it's over. Mid-range. And in case, once again, another Shinichi Maki that we're seeing played up by Hold'em, who is
but unable to throw it down. SDR1 still holding their own, getting a defensive stop, trying that three. It will
for either side. Ooh, nice little roll off the rim there from Jay, but not really gonna matter. And that the pressure, you can, like you said, it's a bit emanating here. 2 points.
The buzz cut Sakuraki, sorry. Holding with a 6-0.
The critical mass of the 1 minute timer, but
the offensive board on the offensive side to not use as much time as they are right now. Get an easy basket. Oh, back at square one with less than a minute to go. Quick shot there by Oda, but what a block by Sakuragi on that super.
Hold'em really showing their grit as the champions, using that rebound dunk to even everything out. And speaking here, TK, the comp that SD
is back into action with 3 minutes left and a 2-0 lead.
Oh, loving the space creation and no back. Still, ball back into the possession of SDR1. They have all the control in the world, and that's, oh wait, that's a bit. Why not just go and hook shot your way to victory? Fade away from Fujima. That's not what he was looking for. It's all done to the layup, and that's going to give them a 2-point advantage up against Hold'em. Now ball in the possession of Hold'em, as it's going to be Jay just shooting it in.
With 2 minutes left, that's just less than 2 minutes left. That's a lot of good offense by both squads. I know SDR already.
Chunk of time for anybody to take a lead and anybody to actually net a comeback here, but it's not yet over. Ball back into the possession. It's going to be good. Expecting it to actually go in, or maybe the defender, the blocker, just jumps in a bit too early and it leaves him hanging in the air. Nobody's
wasted opportunity by SDR1, but a block there. Coming alive on defense. The ball is loose. They still could back staying there on that side. That's been their game plan as they just wait for that cut. But Ikaku swatted.
Get themselves the rebound on the ball.
Yeah, Tatsumasa there, the Oda character. We're seeing a bit of his rebounding skill. Even after the first defender missed it there. That's gonna be a.
We'll be happy at least it swished into the basket, and it does close the gap up against Hold'em. 2 minutes on the clock, and SDR
into that block party action before Hold'em finally gets the ball back in their hands, and a grand opportunity. One just drives it in. Another block from that long-range shot attempt. SDR1 running out of options, running out
for mid-range. And in case, once again, another Shinichi Maki that we're seeing played up by Hold'em, who is just
unable to throw it down. SDR1 still holding their own, getting a defensive stop, trying that three. It will
for either side. Ooh, nice little roll off the rim there from Jay, but not really gonna matter. And that the pressure, you can, like you said, it's a bit emanating here. 2 points.
The buzz cut Sakuraki, sorry. Holding with a 6-0.
The critical mass of of the 1-minute timer, but
Offensive board on the offensive side, do not use as much time as they are right now. Get an easy basket. Oh, back at square one with less than a minute to go. Quick shot there by Oda, but what a block by Sakuragi on that super.
Hold'em really showing their grit as the champions.
We're back for the third series. We're coming in to the 8-team round, the qualifiers of the second season of the Southeast Asia Slam Dunk Champion Cup. A lot of action has gone through already. We've gone the distance for 2 of the series so far. Now we're ready to head down into this next round. The first game coming up will be between Yone and Gimme the Ball. We've seen Yone, Asurai. What do you think of them?
I think they're a really good mix of players here that have adjusted quite well. We saw, is it just me, or are we seeing Shinichi Makis be used by the season 1 competitors that we witnessed today, that we witnessed or viewed on the stream?
Well, yeah, we've seen him use a lot, and it's easy to see why. He just opens up so much, just being able to break the ankles of the defender, passing out of those shot attempts, and even getting his own mid-range jumpers. And as you saw last series from Hold'em, Jay just perfecting that step back 3 into the corner, getting that win against SCR. It's just such an efficient, effective player, and it won't be surprising if we're going to see him being used on and on and on again throughout the night and even throughout tomorrow.
Yeah, Hasedong from Yone has been a fantastic Maki player as well. And yeah, he's really, I don't think he's a, how do you say this? He's not a not used that much character. He's very, very utilized, but I don't think a lot of teams right now really give that respect and utilize it or use him a bit more. We're seeing more of these season 2 teams, at least again from the matches that we saw, really put more emphasis on the 3 points, such as Mitsui and Soichiro Jin. So is this something that they know that could really net them those W's? It might be, but we really need other teams to open up. A screener here can really mesh well with these 3-pointers, but we haven't really seen that as much, and that's probably like the one lacking thing that these season 2 teams that we saw from the matches that we witnessed. Because you pointed out, TK, beautiful point out as well, that when we saw the bracket before we get into that break, most of the teams that came into the next series of our tournament here are all coming in from the season 2 qualifiers.
Yeah, as we're going to see the bracket here, the format here, the best of 3, we're going to be best of 3s for the 16-team round, the quarterfinals, which we're about to go into, and also the semifinals, which we'll watch tomorrow. Then it will be a best of 5 in the bronze medal round before we end up with a best of 7 in the final championship game. Asurai, go ahead, talk about the pretty little things that we're going to be giving out to our finalists and other contenders.
Of course, a little bit of a dip inside the prize pool rather. For the participation award, we got ourselves 300 diamonds per person. 4th place, it's 15,000 vouchers for the entire team. 3rd place, 30,000. 2nd place, 60,000. Of course, for the champions, a whopping 100,000 vouchers for the team. So this means if it's going to be for the team, if you're 5 players, there's like 20,000 vouchers per player. And I got to say, that's incredibly awesome, because you need as many vouchers as you can to amp up and keep, what's the word here? Upgrading the players.
Yeah, right now, as you see there, we're down to 8 teams as we're headed into the quarterfinals. It's Hold'em there, the defending champions. We got Gimme the Ball. We got CRU Shohoku. We got Yone. We got WD. God. And I think the last 2 teams are Lorne and second Hold'em. I'm not sure. I think so. We got a lot of new teams from season 2, as we mentioned. I might have miscounted a bit. We're at 5 teams from season 1 and 3 teams from season 2, but still a pretty good number of new teams coming in, looking forward to get this Champion Cup into their hands.
Exactly. At least there's some chances for the other teams that came in. And anyways, we're already showing you guys the quarterfinals here as Yone is going to be going up to give me the ball. We already saw that or said that at the start from the break. God versus Hold'em later on. CR Yoshihoku versus WD, and Lorne versus Second Hold'em. And from what I could surmise, again, I'm not really close too much with these Thai teams. It seems like Second Hold'em is the other or the sister team for Hold'em Gaming, because they both have the same
Player handles,
tags.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Probably. Yeah, so yeah, we're just looking forward to see that coming up. Right now, we're waiting for the game between Yone and Gimme the Ball to roll off. Of course, Gimme the Ball from Singapore, so they'll probably be tuning into our feed right now, watching the English commentary. So show your support for your team. Give me the ball. They're the team from Singapore going up against Yone. That's going to be a fun matchup to watch. I don't know if you were tuning in for the game for Yone in that first round. Probably got to see how they played. And just root for your players, root for your friends, and let's see how they do.
And of course, guys, don't forget that we are giving away some amazing codes for you to input inside the game. All you got to do is look at TK's face and then south, and you're going to be seeing a jarbled
I'll move my face down.
You're going to be seeing a jarbled up mix of letters and numbers, and that's the code that you're going to input into your phone. And obviously, that was sarcastic from me. You can actually just look straight into the code itself. You don't really need me to tell you guys that, but maybe just need a bit of a reminder. You got maybe entranced a bit from watching the matches and you forgot a bit. But don't worry, guys. You're smarter. You're better than me. That's why you're the ones who are getting the code and not me, right? So it's all good.
Well, we can get the code as well. I mean, as long as we...
That is true, but we're not going to be able to cast properly then.
Yeah. So the lineup for both teams coming up, Yone and Gimme the Ball. I think we're going to get pretty full lineups from both teams. Yone, of course, in that first round. McDowell coming out as the MVP, along with mostly it was Hasidong and Rakas used in that first series. But we're going to be able to see what Gimme the Ball has to offer.
And this is going to be ecstatic. Gimme the Ball. I haven't seen them for today. Now we do begin this one. Yone having, of course, the priority first pick. It's going to be Hasidong picking up the Maki once again.
Yep, but Crazy Frog for Gimme the Ball going with Hanamichi. Again, we've seen time and time that is a pivotal player, a character that has really affected the flow of the game a lot, and we'll see how much that comes into factor for Gimme the Ball.
Ryota Miyagi! Okay. I would like to put this in perspective, at least from what I understand. Some people in the chat, more experienced players might say otherwise, but I feel like Ryota Miyagi, sorry, keep butchering the pronunciation. I feel is how do you say this? A slightly worse Maki in terms of ball handling. He has great. I would say he controls the ball well. He has really these eccentric passes. He's really good at stealing as well. But his ability to pass and just move the ball around the court is very subpar compared to Maki. So I'm kind of curious to see what Gimme the Ball has in plan or has in store for this Ryota Miyagi pick.
Yeah, but we're seeing here, with a block there to start the game. Good timing there, just standing under the basket. Crazy Frog understands his role, but that's why Yone are just going out for that mid-range jumper to start their offense.
And of course, Nobunaga not going to shy away from a quick little mid-range jumper. They have Oda, and we're seeing now an Oda that hits the mid-range. Here we go.
Yeah, and then it looks like they really set that up. They really wanted that shot, and they got it. So Gimme the Ball, maybe throwing a little bit of a new tactic here in this season too. And we're going there again. Oda coming up as a legit offensive option for Gimme the Ball.
Peko looking to be quite a bit of fantastic Ryota here. Now, Ryota is actually my main character, guys. So he has to always use that aggressive dash towards the rim before he can either try to fade step back jumper or try to pass it to a teammate. That's why you're seeing more of that. But it seems like he has another step in his move. I haven't unlocked that yet. I think that might be part of his advanced skill set. And it allows him to actually attack the rim as well. Looks like they're being a fake, but a quick little layup as well, and giving the ball gets everything that they need. But Rakas gets denied an opportunity to even things out. But here comes, of course, Hasidong, shining things up for the Yone as he picks it.
Yeah, give me the ball. Time that block a little bit off track. But Peko is using this Miyagi character really, really well. As a Miyagi character yourself, how well do you think he's using him?
Really, really well. I suck as Miyagi, I gotta say. My rank is very low, so if you guys are expecting me to be, a fantastic player, I'm definitely not. But Peko here has been using this quite well. And honestly, Ryota Miyagi is better off with a very coordinated team, and you're seeing him really give that much thought here. Now, Hasidong, he's been a fantastic player. Now, I'm really liking how he's not swishing the ball. It seems like it's a bit more 100% shoot in if he can hit the rim and it bounces forward. Like we've seen that multiple times from the Maki players.
Yeah, just a kind of a soft touch for those Maki players, I feel. But again here, just give me the ball. Getting those offensive boards. This time though, the ball is stolen. Yone with a chance to go up ahead. McDowell hasn't had much of an effect on this game. Not setting up that many screens. And again, a block. Nobunaga unable to get that dunk to go down.
That's the kind of the difficulty with Peko. If he activates his ultimate, it does boost up, I believe, his ability to steal. But the problem with that steal is he has to actually go and dive into or dash in to try to snatch it away from a target. That means that you're actually giving an open space for your attacker and you're not able to defend properly, which I don't think is a really good thing to do when somebody like Maki can really capitalize on open space.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
that's the God mode. Super special there. Just shifting from that shot into a layup. Just so difficult to stop.
That was rather disgusting. And we'll see how that affects the game as we now have a 4-point advantage for Yone here. Really throwing around the ball as they give it the alley-oop dunk, and nobody can try to block it. Just so aggressive from McDowell.
Yeah, just Yone using ultimate after ultimate to pile up the points against Gimme the Ball. A 6-0 run right now. Gimme the Ball trying to get into the rhythm, but ball is back with Yone in the last part. Once again, another one. They are just unstoppable.
Rather unstoppable here. Miyagi, he had to at least dip his pull into the point department as now he sinks into 2, but it's 6 points underneath a minute. Not really a lot of time, especially when they don't have the opportunity for a three-pointer. And Ryota not really known for being a three-pointer himself. He's a point guard who attacks the rim. And speaking of attacking the rim, Nobunaga goes in for the slam, the under-over dunk.
Yep, right now, Yone has to burn down time. They can do that with the ball in their hands. Up by 6. Just use that clock efficiently and they can go away with this first game of the series.
It's not over till it's over, but the gap is just widening. If you watch that movie San Andreas by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, when the city itself started to split in half, that's kind of what we're seeing here in terms of the points between Yano and Give Me the Ball. But okay, Oda, I see you. Lone Wolf shot connects.
Yeah, got a little bit there, something left in the tank, but yeah, Give Me the Ball's problem is that they don't have any three-point options as well, so closing in on a gap like this is nearly impossible.
He's going to try to attack the rim ever so slowly here from Peko. It's going to be the rebound dunk from the Hanamichi, but 6 points still, and they have to steal that ball. They can maybe use it with Ryota, but the mobility from Hasidong really just denies him of that fact, and now he has tried to do something, but of course, as he charges right in, he blocked or gets hit by the team or by an opponent, and he has to pass the ball to another one who can attack the rim, but it just was not enough time on that clock there, TK.
Yeah, Yona is just controlling that game, heading into the final second part of the game, and we're gonna see it in the sets here. Hasidong taking over, dominating, 16 points on his way to the MVP in this first game. I liked what we saw from Oda and how Give Me the Ball were kind of using him, but they just couldn't do anything to Yone in that second half, as on the defensive end, just trying to stop Hasidong from getting his way around on that guard position.
Hasidong, just a madman, 16.6 on his MVP as well. And that was just nuts from another Maki player. Maybe we'll see their opponents Give Me the Ball. Peko tried to also get himself a Maki if they're the first ones to pick up a character first during the draft. Because I feel like the reason why he went for Ryota, because it's a how do you say this? An improvised pick to the Maki. Maybe that's the reason why we're seeing it. Now, of course, we're just going to show our faces real quick as we are setting up that lobby once again. But wanted to ask you about that one. What do you think? Is Give Me the Ball going to be picking up the Maki? That's why, if they have the first pick priority.
Well, I mean, seeing how popular he is and how efficient he is, that would be a smart pick to just try to take that away from Hasidong as well. But one thing, after how many games have we been doing? 6, 7 games. We have not seen an Akira Sendo or a Rukawa, and that's something that is surprising considering how much he was used back in Season 1. I don't know if that's something the other teams are still keeping up their sleeves, ready to be used, but that is an interesting fact, and can't wait to see how that comes into play as we move down through this season.
Some people might think that both of those characters, right, Akira Sendo and Kaida Rukawa, are selfish players, but honestly, I don't think so, because Akira Sendo has an offense and defensive skill set, and one of those is actually what we call it, like the perfect pass. So I think he has a lot of options to attack the rim from going underneath the basket, or even from mid-range, and even sometimes I think Akira Sendo and Rukawa can hit those 3-pointers if they're open enough. But yeah, I feel like you're correct. We might be seeing them later on because they're acing the holes for these teams, and they don't want to show how they play that, so that nobody has time to watch the VODs or has an opportunity to watch the VODs and try to formulate counter strategies for those particular picks. But I would honestly love to see one played right now today, because that would be just fantastic.
Yeah, we just watched those two players being picked and used so much. As you mentioned, scoring 30 points in the game last time. Be something fun to watch. We've had low-scoring games so far in this season. That's, of course, to the credit of the players who've been playing so well on both ends of the court. We'll just have to see if there are any other curveballs that the other teams that will be playing tonight are going to show.
Yeah, but we have seen a good plethora of characters being picked up already by all of these teams, whether it's because they didn't get the selection that they wanted, or because it is what they had in store coming into this Season 2 tournament. But either way, again, lots more open picks here, and maybe that's because we don't really have the bans anymore that we do have from the draft. Because I think correct me if I'm wrong, I think in Season 1 we had one ban per team, I think, coming into the drafts. And then this one, we don't, but we still have the no mirror matchups. So it's about who can secure what first and who can get what they want evenly before even the match begins.
Yeah, that just means you have to be a little bit more strategic coming into this season, just knowing if your player is stolen, what are you going to do? How are you going to work around that? And some teams have done it well. Some teams have adjusted a little bit slower to those, but that's the beauty of the game. That's the beauty of sports, and seeing how these players just adjust to these situations.
Yeah, I so agree to that, man. And now just getting quick updates from our production that the players are now joining on the lobby. So we just have a few more minutes before we get started on this one. And of course, again, I'd like to thank everybody, for our viewers there, for joining us right now and making a splendid time just watching the Season 2 tournament begin. Again, it's a 2-day event. So if you guys are saying that, we want more action from the Slam Dunk Mobile Cup tournament, there's still more happening tomorrow. And of course, with these tournaments coming in, we also have the codes that is available for you guys to input, and you can find it, of course, underneath the face, the beautiful, beautiful mug of TK.
Yeah, I mean, if you want more action, just play yourself. I mean, it's a game that anyone can play, and it's a lot fun, a whole lot of fun too. I mean, you just get your free stuff, upgrade your players, and make your way up the rankings. Maybe we'll see you here if there is a continuation of this Champion Cup that we've had so much fun enjoying.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's too much of a slog as well, I would say, when you start off playing. Although I do have to advise you guys that if you're just new, maybe you're just tuning in and you're new to this, to the Slam Dunk Mobile, you didn't know that there was actually a game on your phone for Slam Dunk Mobile. Focus on one character first. Legitimately think of a character that you can use, and then when you have them upgraded to, I think you would say, a competitive level, try to find a different role that you can pick up. If you say you get Rukawa first, I think he's like one of the characters that you can get quite easily, as well as Sendo maybe. Make sure that you upgrade them, and then after that, pick up somebody who's in a different position, like a center or a point guard, just to even things out, just in case that you don't get the pick that you want.
Yep, for sure. Though here, as we see the lineup for the teams, I think Give Me the Ball on the left side would give them the priority pick in the draft in just a bit. So let's see if they indeed go with that Maki Shinichi pick to steal away Hasidong's. Yeah, there we go. I think it looks like, yep, Peko going with that Maki to throw Hasidong off his tracks. Let's see what the other players go through.
Ryota Miyagi has not seen any love during Season 1. I'm saying during Season 1, guys. But with his advanced talents being available now to get upgraded, and him having a lot more utilities with his skill set, seems like he's a viable character pushing into this one. And here we go. Another Jun Uwazumi picked up on the plate. But of course, this is up against a Hanamichi. Sorry, the Buzzcut Hanamichi. So that means that there's much more aggressive rebounding and opportunity to shoot from the redhead himself. Yeah,
just a lot of things to look at. Again, we haven't seen that many Uosumis today either. He was a pretty popular pick, but just the fact that he can't really score a lot by himself, you're going to be using him for more of the defensive end and passing out of those dunk attempts. So I can see why the teams are maybe a bit shying away from him.
Now we do begin, of course. 1 point already for Yone. They can end it all here, but of course the Maki was stolen. But you know what? It still doesn't stop the momentum of Yone as they switch in and just roll in that ball quickly to the basket. 2 points for Yone.
Yeah, give me the ball here. Trying to respond quickly, and again going to Oda for that instant offense. He's been doing really well, but maybe just needs to step it up to another level to give me the ball to win.
That's what I'm talking about. Mid-range jumpers from Hasidong. It's actually quite easy to hit the shots with the Ryota Miyagi because his animation's pretty smooth. But it's easy. It's also easy to block. So you need to be able to space yourself correctly there, just in case. Peko wanting to attack the basket, but of course has to just move the ball around first. He's gonna try to play ring around the rosy, but the blocking as well as the control underneath the paint, so well executed. But of course, having Oda at that distance hits the shot at the mid-range once again.
Yeah, Oda does that well too. He has that skill where he can catch and shoot pretty quickly, so it's so tough to block, especially when he's fading away like that.
So much to put onto Give Me the Ball here, but there is, of course, the quick dash underneath, and he slips one in, and Yone gets that quick little advantage. Not the end of the world just yet, but look at the interference steal coming out from Hasidong as he gets another opportunity. That is sick. Uwazumi fakes a dunk as Hasidong spaces himself out when there was no defenders to actually block him. The mind games and the communication and the synergy from Yone really showing up here.
Yeah, Hasidong just seems to be comfortable playing either Maki or Miyagi. He's doing a good job here, changing from his usual picks.
Oh my goodness. Look, like, it's the two step. If Hasadong doesn't have a clear shot, he's gonna just dive right in. If he doesn't, he's gonna pass it to Uzui. But of course, right in the face of adversity, it's gonna be Peko who just sinks in a 3-pointer and now almost even things up.
Yeah, it's actually give me the ball going back up in the lead, but an answer by Yone. Now we're going to be going to trading punches mode with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the game.
Well, he's got to be careful from Peko here as Hasadong activates his ultimate. That's going to give him more time, more chances to actually steal the ball away. But of course, if he can move the ball around and have these characters to be able to just throw it out as far as they can from that basket, it's just not going to look too good. Nobody was going to be blocking McDowell there, but he second-guessed himself and just passed it away just to keep himself safe. But like I said here, man, Give Me the Ball does have that advantage.
Yeah, and they're milking away their opportunity pretty well. Here they get the ball back and a chance to really give themselves a bigger advantage. Peko. I want to see them go to Oda once again. He's been working really well for them on offense. They're trying to get him open. There's that lone wolf shot. They're not going to block that. That's going to go in. Oda stepping into the limelight as this game progresses.
The lone wolf shot kind of reminds me of Dirk Nowitzki's knee fadeaway, right?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah, because what's kind of good about that, at least from the perspective of NBA, is you space your opponent because of your knee, which makes it more difficult to block because he's such a big guy. And I kind of seeing it here. It's a delight to see for sure.
Give me the ball.
So far. What a dunk from Crazy Frog.
And they also get the 3-point lead there. Big dunk, but quickly answered by Yone. Gonna go down to the wire here once again in game 2.
Man, Give Me the Ball, just making a run for the money of Yone here as they're struggling. Yes, it's very, very close in, but when you have that threat to always get the 3-pointer.
Ooh. Steal by Yone.
They blocked it and it went back to the possession of Give Me the Ball.
Just defensive stop after stop by both teams as we're running down just a bit under 1 minute. The dunk passes it out. The reverse baseline dunk by Nobunaga gets Yone back up in the lead. Give Me the Ball has the ball.
You literally saw the disrespect in slow motion there as he left 2 of the defenders by Nobunaga. But still, the story has not yet been concluded as Yone is struggling to get any more than just a single point advantage. And Give Me the Ball is full control of this one. Still, the dunk will give that slight bit of a lead for Yone here. But with 30 seconds, it's neck and neck. Anybody could win right now.
And Oda quickly goes out and the putback dunk, but stolen away, man. Also, both of these players, what a sequence there. But the ball now back with Yone, and that has got to hurt. Give me the ball.
Crazy Frog, he just got to feel that. No way. Give Me the Ball hits a 3-pointer in that range. They left Maki wide open for a 3-fer.
And we're back square 0. 10 seconds left. The block by Give Me the Ball. The ball in their hand. 6 seconds left. We could be seeing a buzzer beater. Oda with a turnaround jumper, and he goes down. It's a buzzer beater. Oh, a buzzer beater ending in just the quarterfinals of this Champion Cup Season 2. Both teams just doing so well. I was just out of words here. Give Me the Ball. They found themselves down by 3 points with time running down. Hit that clutch 3 and another clutch turnaround. 2-pointer by Oda. Oh man, just what a game, Asrai.
If I could just ask for anything right now, man, it's that we have reaction cameras for the players because that was probably one of the hypest things that we've ever seen in our Slam Dunk Mobile tournament. What a play coming out from the Oda of Give Me the Ball. Maybe in the future. The production is saying, no, we don't right now. I know. I was just saying, if we had, some maybe in the future, in season 3 or something, it's okay. But that was just freaking fantastic. A clutch scenario. And this Oda, the first time, TK, that we're seeing an Oda get a MVP, or not really MVP, sorry, but the highest scoring from a team that wins.
Yeah, just doing so well. Give me the ball, using that Oda character so well. They know his strengths, how he's quick to be able to receive the ball and shoot it. They know where to place him on the floor in that mid-range area, and eventually it just worked in that final shot, that fadeaway mid-range jumper. Like Dirk Nowitzki, as you said, it's just so tough to block, and I think that really caught Yone off guard, and it just turned the tables as we're going to go the distance once again in this series.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we probably saw from Yone that is a good and bad thing both at the same time is they moved the ball around. And even though that actually sounds like a really good thing, right? Because you're passing a lot more, you're not being greedy with the ball. There are some times where it just seems like they could have just put the ball in the basket and not needed to just pass it to somebody else. But I could be wrong though. There might be, of course, Crazy Frog playing as the Hanamichi, who was just looming around in the side and waiting for a big block. But it seems like there were just those opportunities that maybe McDowell on that Ozumi could have just slammed the ball in.
But as you were saying before the start of game 2, whoever picks that Maki Shinichi really kind of gets the advantage there. This last time it was Give Me the Ball who really Pecco took that and really used it to their advantage. We're gonna have to see in game 3 who will pick that. Will Hasidong be getting Maki back into his hands, or will it be Pecco once again? That seems to be the factor that'll factor into this deciding game coming up.
Yeah, for sure. But at least if it's gonna be Yone that picks up the Maki, with the first pick priority, it would mean that opens up a Hanamichi as well as an Oda maybe, or Hanamichi or Ryota Miyagi for Give Me the Ball here. And I think they will actually be pretty happy with that one. It's Crazy Face, even though it really didn't show as much because the star was the Oda player. I still think he did a good amount of job as a Hanamichi to kind of try to control the ball as they needed the rebounds.
Yeah, we're just waiting for a bit as the players come into the lobby for game 3, sorry, the deciding game of the series. I was stuck at game 2, just how fun this series has been, and just waiting to see how longer it can go. The lineups are going to be coming up soon. The deciding game, man, Azurai. We're having such a lengthy couple of series here to start season 2. Just so much action, and if we're gonna get buzzer beaters every game, I think everyone's going to enjoy that.
We got ourselves a really, really stacked line of teams that are competing here in season 2. Season 1, we got a good mix of game 3s and just washes. But this second season, we're getting in for the mix, man. They're getting their money's worth from this one. But anyways, we're also getting our money's worth as Give Me the Ball and Yone are putting out a clinic on how to play in Slam Dunk Mobile. So if you guys want to create your own team, maybe you can register for the season 3 that should be coming up maybe in a couple of months, or other stuff like that, or even just learn some strategies here. That's why we also watch these tournaments ourselves, because it gives us a deeper, or it gives us that explanation. It's like a free tutorial or workshop on how to get better in Slam Dunk Mobile.
Yeah, just watching these players, seeing how they break down the offense, break down the defense, going into their combos. Especially, for anyone who's starting to pick up that Maki Shinichi player, that's a player that you really have to emphasize on the combos available. It's not really a straightforward kind of player, but just seeing how these players use their combos from crossover into passing, crossovers into shooting, from shooting into passing, other stuff like that. Just seeing how those moments are used as Maki, the first player picked up off the boards for Hasidong, while on the other end, Give Me the Ball, going a bit different there, going back to Kazuma and also the Hanamichi player. We're waiting to see what Pecco goes with.
Oh, Yoshinori.
Oh, that's quite a twist. After Oda knocking down that buzzer beater to win the game, Give Me the Ball going in a completely different direction, is not using him at all. That's going to be interesting to see, especially by picking up the 3-point shooter in Yoshinora.
This could be a really, really risky play for them.
Yeah.
Or a really risky pickup, rather. But we'll see how Give Me the Ball tries to squeeze out of this one. Really thought it was going to be the Miyagi, but but maybe they just saw a glimpse of what happened again during game one and thought that having somebody who can just hit those threes will be a better option, especially now that they have Hanamichi that can cover the rest of the court, if ever.
Yep, Yone off to the start with the possession here. McDowell again with that Naido player. Oh, but Nobunaga going back with that dunk once again to start things off for Yone. Good start for the team.
I love them moving from Yoshinori. He's so small, but he can control that ball quite well.
Yep.
How small he is.
Just
I've actually
so
never played with the
tiny.
Yoshinori before. Tiny.
Yeah, it's just so tiny. Just want to see how effectively they're gonna use him. His movement is just so quirky. Yeah, right. As you mentioned there, that's the way he fakes his shots.
But maybe that's what Give Me the Ball is banking on.
Yeah.
Right? They're gonna be putting Yoshinori at a point where he's always had a threat to hit a three-pointer, but it's not gonna work out. And he put the body straight on the face of Hasidong, but it's still not gonna work in the end as it grooves back and forth, but still swishes on the basket.
Blocked there by and there Yoshinori unable to hit the three in his first attempt. Yone up by 2. Give Me the Ball. Still looking for the offensive possessions.
Yoshinori with a height of 5'3". That doesn't have that jumping power, but I've still yet to see Give Me the Ball get that pick really invested, or the pick investment to really pay its dividends. Oh no, that's gonna be a foul ball, and McDowell picks it up. That's gonna be even worse for Give Me the Ball here.
That was a pretty bad pass there by Pecco. Just unable to lock it in, and they're falling behind by 6 points. That's a big gap, especially when you haven't figured out what your main offensive option is going to be.
Slides the ball into the hands of Sakuragi here, and this is what they're probably looking for.
Yeah.
It's opening up pieces for the Hanamichi to start rolling shots in, and then maybe in turn Pecco is going to be left a little bit more unguarded and he can hit some three-pointers. Speaking of hitting some, it's going to be Crazy Frog once again, who is just having his hands up out in the open.
Dunk there. Just the ultimate, but just to widen the gap a little bit. Man, missing that ultimate as well.
He's not looking the hottest just yet. A 6-point difference, and I can only imagine this from bad to worse. And a tip-in. Is that a tip-in? I believe that was a tip-in from Give Me the Ball. Anyways, they're still not out of this at all. There's 2 minutes in the clock, but
yeah,
if this continues, Yane, they got everything in the bag.
Yeah, and they know it. They're just trying to waste away time here. They don't want to run in another situation where they might lose at the buzzer once again, and ending the possession there with another easy shot by Maki.
Oh, here it is. Is that the three-pointer that they needed, that they were looking forward to? It's not going to be, but of course slams it back in as Hanamichi just tries to keep that lead a bit less from Yone.
Yone again burning away time. They get the ball now. Give Me the Ball. This is an important possession for them, as it's going to keep them well within range. And with time running out, Sakuragi gets it. Still within range. They just need a good defensive stop.
Passes the ball back to Nobunaga, who now has possession with McDowell. They're trying to move the ball around, trying to put the ball to their right side as Nobunaga Rakas slams it back in. He's furious at the rim, and he just wants to attack it time and time again.
Still keeping it close, still keeping it tight. We could be going down to another down-to-the-wire action in this decisive game.
This really is down to the wire, as that lead is just spitting distance of Give Me the Ball from equalizing, but Hasidong just slaps it. Not actually going to be able to hit the shot, but Rakas, of course, saves his butt by being able to just rebound it. And that ball just really having a lid on the rim. It just does not want to go in.
Yeah, but the offensive rebounding by Yone, just keeping that possession alive and burning away even more time on the clock. And finally, it rolls in for Yone. 4-point deficit with 36 seconds left. They're going to have to go quickly into the shot clock. That seems a bit ill-advised, but they still have the ball. And finally, it gets stolen away. Give me the ball. Unable to emphasize on that opportunity. Yone just going to run away with this clock.
I got a glimpse of Dora the Explorer there. Swiper, no swiping. And he got swiped away by Maki. Anyways, 14 seconds on the timer, 6-point differential, and a 3-point attempt from Peko. He's really having to try to make this happen, and he is, but they just burned too much time. That's going to be a 3-point, but 1 second in the clock. In the possession of Yone, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, too little, too late there. Quite of a sad loss there for Give Me the Ball, as they were able to fight back into game 2 with that buzzer beater mid-range jumper, but unable to emphasize on that momentum going into game 3. Fell by a little bit too much in the middle of the game despite trying to claw their way back in. As you see here, just dominating performance on that end by Yone, whether it was from Hasidong or Rakas.
Peko never got an opportunity to get a 3-point in. Yeah, it seems like the game strategy here for Give Me the Ball was always pass the ball to Hanamichi as he hits either a dunk or a mid-range shot, which works. A jump shot, right? It works. But when he stops procuring those shots, Peko needs to be able to hit maybe a 3-pointer of his own. And he never really tried to do it up until the very last second, which is why we have that 3-point on Peko's points basket.
Yeah, I was looking forward to see a lot more of Oda here in this deciding game, but Give Me the Ball didn't want to go that way, and I don't know, maybe that would have changed it a little bit, but nonetheless, great effort by Give Me the Ball as well. Just being able to come back to within those 3 points. But in the end, it's Yone who will move on to the next round, the final 4, coming out of this round of 8 teams, the quarterfinals. We're progressing ahead a little bit more quicker, but we have 3 more games left in the quarterfinal rounds. A lot of more entertaining action to come up soon. So just maybe take a bit of a break. I mean, the fans themselves, you can go take a little bit of a break right now and come back later, a bit later. But don't forget to just come back, because we have a lot more games, a lot more entertaining teams, a lot more exciting action for you to follow right now. But just waiting to see who the MVP of this series will be.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that MVP in just a bit of a second here. And honestly, it has to be Hasidong. Like we don't see him really exploding in this third game, but his contributions throughout the entire series, I think, would just give him that much. Rakas, he exploded on this third, but not really enough to be called the MVP for the series. But we'll see who it is. And yeah, I was right. It was Hasidong.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it wasn't really much of a surprise. He played really well despite not being able to pick Maki in that second game, going with Ryota. But he did well there as well, even despite of the loss. This is a familiar stat line that we see from players who have used Maki as the majority. It's around 8 to 10 points, and we see the field goal percentage hovering around 80-something%. That's, again, an effective player that we've seen players use time and time again here in this season too.
Yeah, quite ridiculous overall stat line, if I do say so myself, and that does give a lot of I would say that puts a lot of fear for teams that don't respect the Maki and don't know how to deal with him. And I think even if you try to put maybe someone to a body to try to deal with it, try to answer the Maki, there's just so much how do you say this, junk in his trunk that he can try to throw out, whether it's ankle breakers, passes or even just accuracy on his own, Maki is such a complete player, at least coming into the Season 2 tournament.
Yeah, we haven't seen any other teams try to shy away from that tactic of just using him on the way to the victory again. But though we have 3 more series left, I just want to see if any of the other teams have something new up their sleeves, just for the sake of entertainment. But if it's gonna get them wins, then that's their goal.
All right, so we're going to go for a quick break. And when we come back, it's going to be a good one. God versus Hold'em. So the Season 2 Slam Dunk Mobile Tournament Cup is going to come back after that quick break.
Yeah, but we're seeing here, with a block there to start the game. Good timing there, just standing range jumper to start their offense.
And of course, Nobunaga not going to shy away from a quick little mid-range.
Hasn't had much of an effect on this game, not setting up that many screens. And again, a block. Nobunaga unable to get that.
I don't think it's a really good thing to do when somebody like Maki can really capitalize on open space.
Yeah, for sure.
Not really a lot of time, especially when they don't have the opportunity for a three-pointer. And Ryota not really known for being a three-pointer himself. He's a point guard who attacks the rim. Movies Andreas by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. You know, when the city itself started to split in half. That's kind of what we're seeing here in terms of points. He's going to try to attack the rim ever so slowly here from Peko. He's going to move the ball around first. He's going to try to play ring around the Rosie, but the blocking as well as the control underneath the paint, so well executed. Little advantage, not the end of the world just yet, but look at the interference steal coming out from Hasidong as he gets another opportunity. Oh my goodness, look, like it's the two-step. If Hasidong doesn't have a clear shot, he's gonna just dive right out. Oh, he's got to be careful from Peko here as Hasidong activates his ultimate. That's gonna give him more time, more chances to actually steal the ball.
I want to see them go to Oda once again. He's been working really well for them on offense. They're trying to get him open. There's that lone wolf shot.
Or to block because he's such a big guy, and I kind of seeing it here. It's a delight to see for sure. Difficult
to stop after stop by both teams as we're running down just a bit under 1 minute. The dunk passes it out and quickly goes out, and the putback dunk, but stolen away. Man, also both of these players. What a sequence there. But the ball now. Give me the ball.
Crazy Frog, he just got to feel that. No.
Their hand, 6 seconds left. We could be seeing a buzzer beater. Oda with a turnaround. Off to the start with the possession here. McDowell again with that night owner.
At a point where he's always had a threat to hit a three-pointer, but it's not going to work out. If you noted, and he can hit some three-pointers. Speaking of hitting some, it's going to be Crazy Frog once again, who is just having his hands up out in the open. Nobunaga, who now has possession with McDowell. Trying to move the ball around, trying to put the ball to the right ball back in.
Yeah, but the offensive rebounding by Yone, just keeping that possession alive and burning away even more time on the run away with this this clock.
I got a glimpse of Dorothy. All right, good job. All right, good job. All right, good job. For this Ryota Miyagi pick.
Yeah, but we're seeing here. Oh, with a block there to start the game. Good timing there, just standing in range jumper to start their offense.
And of course, Nobunaga not going to shy away from a quick little mid-range.
Hasn't had much of an effect on this game, not setting up that many screens. And again, a block. Nobunaga unable to get that.
I don't think it's a really good thing to do when somebody like Maki can really capitalize on open space.
Yeah, for sure.
Not really a lot of time, especially when they don't have the opportunity for a three-pointer. And Ryota not really known for being a three-pointer himself. He's a point guard who attacks the rim. Movies Andreas by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. You know, when the city itself started to split in half. That's kind of what we're seeing here in terms of points. He's gonna try to attack the rim ever so slowly here from Peko. He's going to move the ball around first. He's gonna try to play ring around the Rosie, but the blocking as well as the control underneath the paint so well executed. Little advantage, not the end of the world just yet, but look at the interference steal coming out from Hasidong as he gets another opportunity. Oh my goodness! Look, like it's the two-step. If Hasidong doesn't have a clear shot, he's gonna just dive right now. He's got to be careful from Peko here as Hasidong activates his ultimate. That's gonna give him more time, more chances to actually steal the ball.
I want to see them go to Oda once again. He's been working really well for them on offense. They're trying to get him open. There's that lone wolf shot.
To block because he's such a big guy, and I kind of seeing it here. It's a delight to see for sure. Difficult.
Just stop after stop by both teams as we're running down just a bit under 1 minute. The dunk passes it out and quickly goes to that and the putback dunk, but stolen away, man. Also, both of these players, what a sequence there. But the ball now, give me the ball.
Crazy Frog, he just got to feel that. No.
Their hand, 6 seconds left. We could be seeing a buzzer beater. Oda with a turnaround. Off to the start with the possession here. McDowell again with a night owner.
At a point where he's always had a threat to hit a three-pointer, but it's not going to work out. If you noted, and he can hit some three-pointers. Speaking of hitting some, it's going to be Crazy Frog once again, who is just having his hands up out in the open. Nobunaga, who now has possession with McDowell. Trying to move the ball around, trying to put the ball to the right ball back in.
Yeah, but the offensive rebounding by Yone just keeping that possession alive and burning away even more time on the run away with this this clock.
I got a glimpse of Dora the Explorer there. This Ryota Miyagi pick.
Yeah, but we're seeing here. Oh, with a block there to start the game. Good timing there, just standing in the jumper to start their offense.
And of course, Nobunaga not going to shy away from a quick little mid-range.
That had much of an effect on this game, not setting up that many screens. And again, a block. Nobunaga unable to get that.
That's a really good thing to do when somebody like Maki can really capitalize on open space.
Yeah, for sure.
Really a lot of time, especially when they don't have the opportunity for a three-pointer. And Ryota not really known for being a three-pointer himself. He's a point guard who attacks the rim. I think he's Andreas by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. You know, we're back, guys.
We're back.
I was actually
still reeling in from all the action that's been going on today, man. Just like been a great few series. We're having the quarterfinals matchup between God and Hold'em coming up. Hold'em, obviously the defending champions, and won their way in an entertaining first round series there. We're just waiting to see what more they have left in them to defend this title. What do you think about this series coming up, Asrai?
God versus Hold'em. I think I've heard of God before, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong though, but definitely Hold'em again. They were put to the test. You know, when you watch that movie 300 and that famous line of we were gonna put the Immortals to the test. That was also what happened to Hold'em, but they thread to the needle and still got what they needed with the help of Kulaks, who definitely hit his shots as the Nobunaga. I think coming in to the second and third game. Anyways, Hold'em definitely can bleed. But they still are a team that we saw adapt quite quickly to the situation and do well in a lot of things going into the match that they did last series.
Yeah, I'm going to just say it again. We didn't see much of what Ikaku could do compared to what we saw in season 1. Maybe we're going to see a little bit more of why or what else they have planned, what other tactics they might have heading into this quarterfinals round. Obviously, the other players, Noob or Ninehead, also 2 players that we haven't seen Hold'em use, but we'll see how that shapes up here in the quarterfinals with the lineup coming up soon.
And of course, we still do have a couple more matches happening later on, which is going to be more doozies. I believe you can check that out in the lower thirds that are just scrolling underneath you guys for the following matches. But we did talk about as well a while ago as well, TK, that there has been a lot more focus on getting the Maki. I know that we mentioned briefly that these teams don't really just rely on the one character itself, but the teams who were successful, I think if we have like a statistic to be shown about that, is Maki has 100% win rate on whichever team comes in, at least in the entirety of a series.
Yeah, that's just an interesting statistic, and just the trend that we've seen going here in season 2. It seems like it should pick up all the way to the end, but we'll see if there are any other tactics in terms of any other supporting players that are good to use along with Maki there. Here we see the lineups of both teams. God with a pretty cool logo there, along with their lineup of 5 players. Chris, Dao, Zap, Weed, and Porsche, while Hold'em with Ninehead, Ikaku, Jay, the MVP of the last round, Kulaks, and Noob.
This is going to be good. I believe we have seen God before, if I'm mistaken. Maybe a different logo back in then, but could be wrong. Like I said, very interesting. It's like, I feel like it's Zeus. It's obviously Zeus because there's like
there's a Thunderbolt.
It's a Thunderbolt, so it has to be Zeus. But because it's blue for some reason, I'm kind of vibing. It's like Poseidon-ish.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of more water than the lightning, but nonetheless, I like how they designed the logo with a basketball in there. So like they're really focused on this slam dunk mobile game.
That's true.
So it's not just only that's their focus, and we'll just see how determined they are to win this Champion Cup.
And speaking of being determined, a quick little peek out at the Hanamichi once again, but is this correct?
Yeah.
Hold'em gave up the Maki. Jay's not going to be playing on it. He's actually going for the Ryota. This is unprecedented, but I'm now interested to see what they're going to go. Yes, Toru, finally! We got
that is
Toru.
Interesting. Yeah, Toru and Tatsumasa, the 2 big men with sweet jumpers. Let's just see how that works together. That's an interesting combination.
I'm so happy about this because I believe we did also see a sort of double center-esque lineup back in season 1 with Toru as well, but now Toru coming into the with the advanced talents, with advanced skill sets rather, he does have a lot more control and a lot more moveset underneath the baskets. It's not only all about that fadeaway mid-range jumper or mid-range shot, he also has a lot of tricks underneath that basket as well.
Yep. God, starting out with the first possession there with the Maki. Oh, block there. The Twin Towers of Hold'em blocking it away. Jay getting inside the paint. That's a lot. That's some really good movement there by Jay, but unable to knock it down.
Gotta say, they've just crossed the ball safely from end to end of the court in a split second with just 2 characters. That's pretty insane. But of course, what's more even insane is God getting themselves that quick little pointer. Is it gonna be answered back by Hold'em? Not gonna happen, as of course it's gonna be the Nobunaga that picks it up. Kulak so dropping the ball, and that's a grave mistake as Maki has it back in his hands, and Nobunaga now back to Maki. And this is just looking God to control it. Not still a big advantage, but their ball control has been quite fantastic.
Yeah, and they just do so well on finishing it, just going from Weed, that Maki player, to Porsche, who's using that Nobunaga. That connection has looked really good here in this early stages of the game.
Great, excellent pass. Kulaks When are we going to be seeing Ikaku try to make use of this Toru, as it's only been the Kulaks and J game? There it is, the fade back jumper, but slapped away from the hand, and Hold'em having a very, very tough time making this composition work. And I see myself a bit of an ankle breakdown on Ikaku, as Godweed, or Weed rather, has been basically just planting the seeds of destruction, as Hold'em still gasping for air with a single point not put on the board.
Yeah, gonna give you an A+ there for your pun gun. The Godweed planting the seeds, but yeah, God just doing really well before Hold'em were able to get back on the scoreboard here. Still, they seem to be really controlling the tempo of this game, just burning away the clock, looking for that right opportunity. And they're just playing a two-man game, and Chris is just waiting there to gobble up any rebound that comes their way. And again, another efficient finish to burning the clock there by God.
They're getting all of what they need. Spat out by the rim. Really does not want to happen. Oh man, the timing, and gotta push it out. Porsche just knows what's up, but Jay, of course, breaking the ankles, pulling it back for the step back jumper, and that is going to give them at least a bit more breathing space. It's a 6-4. Not yet in Underworld, but God has really put us into our respective places, as once again they hit it time after time after time.
I haven't really seen a team that's gone this aggressively at a certain style of play. God just doing that two-man player game between Weed and Porsche. And they're just leaving Chris out there in the middle of the paint doing nothing. It's just a two-man game. And that's kind of interesting to see how that works out in the Slam Dunk Mobile game. We haven't seen that much.
That's fine for them. Chris is okay with just playing catch-up for the ball. Because his teammates, they're not missing their shots. It's a good dynamic. It's a great dynamic for God here.
Yeah, but it's kind of going to be risky, because this does not create as big of a gap that it would be if you really push the offense. As you see here, a basket by Hold'em gets them back to within 4 points, but it's been working so far. If they can hit every shot that they set up, that's going to work.
4 points, 1 minute. Jay has now gotten his ultimate here, but is it going to be a block? Like 3 people had to try to do against that. It's not going to work for the Nobunaga, but it's going to work for the Maki played by Weed.
And God almost got into a bad situation there, but still able to finish. Hold'em now feeling the pressure, but still able to get that one in. 1 minute left. Hold'em has a lot to lift off their shoulders. They need the steal, they need the block, anything to get the ball in their hands right now.
Oh man, time is not in their favor here, and they're really just stepping on the clock. You feel it already, and that's just gonna bounce right in. Oh, the humanity of it. Just a quick roll into the basket. Really quite unfortunate, but an attack from Jay keeps it a bit more honest, but in the end, 30 seconds, 4 points. They really got to steal this ball before anything to open up an opportunity to even maybe push it to overtime or win the game, or win the first game.
Yeah, the thing here is that God just doesn't miss. They've been just knocking down everything, and they're burning away clock. See if they can do that again here. Again, just using that entire shot clock and finishing with 2 points. This is a scary way to play against the defending champions like this.
That's a nice ultimate, but it's only that. It's a nice ultimate. It's not really going to clutch anything for Hold'em here, as 1 more second, slam the ball in. They don't even have to, and God accelerates this best of 3 with already a point on the series, and Hold'em looking to get eliminated from this tournament here, TK.
I think this was just one of the better chess match moves by God. I mean, they came in with a bold strategy to play, leaving Chris down in the paint, using Weed and Porsche in that 2-man game. And I think they only missed like 1 shot, that block shot off the ultimate by Porsche. Other than that, they just knocked everything down. They burned away the clock. And when playing against a style like that, it's just so difficult to get back into the booth.
Hold'em, for lack of a better term, and I think it's already obvious for us, they wanted to try a different strategy. Maybe with the Riyadh. I feel like if they had the Maki, it still would have had a better result because it could have been the same thing because Maki can still pass the ball around to both Ikaku and Kulaks. But just looking at this composition itself, not looking at what could have been picked for Hold'em, they just did not give the ball too much to Ikaku. I feel it's just been Jay and Kulaks wanting to try to implement something, and when it didn't happen, Ikaku's just left there to maybe rebound the ball, and when it unfortunately goes into his hands, that's when he can try to shoot it. But they did not cycle between the three players. It's just been Jay and Kulaks the entire game.
Yeah, from the start, actually, as I keep saying again and again, Ikaku, a player who was the MVP the last time, I feel like he should not have this. He's just disappeared entirely from what the team is trying to play.
Yeah, very true. But we also cannot put out of the equation. We might sound like we're giving too much limelight to Hold'em here, but we also got to give the credit to the winners. God, my goodness, Porsche on a Nobunaga. I didn't even know that Nobunaga could be that fantastic of a mid-range jumper. He was hitting a lot from a longer distance. I thought Nobunaga was all about the dunks, but he has some skill set at those longer distances.
And they just burning away the clock, just keeps on going, and just how efficiently they're able to end their possessions, whether it's a mid-range jumper by Weed or by Porsche. I just really like what we've seen here from God, and let's just see if they can keep that up in Game 2. That'll be coming up soon. It's a bold strategy. We'll see how they might adjust if the players that were set are not there for them this time around.
Yeah, they just have to try to do something a bit more realistic here, at least for Hold'em. I really like the idea that they had when they tried to use that double center, but the thing that was lacking there was they never really fully utilized the double center itself. They put everything that they had into the Oda basket, which could be good. We saw Oda can really carry a game, but when shots are being blocked and they know that the Oda is going to be the one to try to hit those jump shots, they need to be able to find another avenue, and Oda just was not the answer. In any case, though, God is the one that is looking to accelerate forward into the deeper part of this tournament, and Hold'em is gasping for air. But maybe now, going into the second game here, TK, Hold'em has a chance again for that first pick priority, and we'll see if they try to get the Maki now for themselves.
Yep, the lineups are going to be coming up soon. God is in the driver's seat with that 1-0 lead against the defending champions. Let's see if they're going to be able to emphasize and maybe become our first 2-0 series of the night. But, I mean, for the sake of the fans that are watching all this entertaining action, let's see if they can go the distance to see if Hold'em can bring it back to 1-1.
Last possible chance for Hold'em here. A quick breath before the plunge into the draft, into the game. I know it's only the second game here, but God has shown to us that they are a team that can really bring it to the board, to the court. And Hold'em, they're an amazing team. Granted, from season 1, but everybody's elevated here. We'll see how that pans out.
Let's just see how the tactics are going to be going. The tactics are going to be changing up here in the second game. Whether Hold'em will be able to counter the playing style of God, or if God is going to change up their way as well.
I wonder what's going to be going through the minds of Hold'em as well. Did they try to try to be a bit more creative? Are they going to try to be more creative coming into the second game, or are they going to go to what they're already used to? We'll see how that pans out. Now looking into this one, there we have it. Hold'em immediately locking in onto the Hanamichi. That would mean that God still has the Nobunaga and Maki in their arsenal.
Okay. Yeah, again here, we keep seeing this Yoshinori being picked up, and I just want to see how effectively that is used that keeps leading to these guys picking him up. It's quite interesting. I just want to see someone who can effectively use him well. Jay picking up Yoshinori there. From what we saw in the last game, I think Yoshinori's strength is that his quirky movement and that pass out of the shot fake that is really quick and quite low, so it's tough to steal and gets to the recipient quite quickly. So that's something that maybe Hold'em can really use to their advantage.
Yeah, and we've seen that work as well. And it actually might be even more disgusting now because they do have the Hanamichi. There's the outside, there's the middle ground, and then there's the under the basket that can really be spread out here by Hold'em if they play this correctly. But Yoshinori seems to be just about that. But the problem with him is he's such a short guy, so it's going to be very difficult to capitalize on him. But it seems like Hold'em not shying away from an opportunity to hit a three-pointer.
Yep, Hold'em coming out in a hurry to score, not wasting any time. And they're going to pass it out. The turnover there by Hold'em. God has a chance to get up ahead in this lead.
And they're just trying to move around the ball. No one yet has really been able to put in a score. They're really bringing the clock just down to the final dredges of that timer. Where did that happen? Nobunaga just comes in out of nowhere and slaps the ball out of the hand of Kulaks.
Yeah, that's one of the skills that Nobunaga has, just being able to block from the side. And right now, God off into uncharted territories, missing 2 straight shots to start the game. And for a team that uses the strategy of burning away time, that's a difficult way to play, especially now that they're down by 3.
Such a close defender on Jay, but he still plays under pressure. That's going to be a 2-pointer straight up by Nobunaga, played by Porsche, but it's still 1 point away from shying. You talked about this, man, a while ago. It's the odd one out, but it's still the advantage that Hold'em has, 1 point from God.
Yeah, God now has to speed up a little bit now that they're down behind, and Hold'em just piling on the points, continuing to create that gap.
The end of the world just yet, but there is so much more. And I think now having Uezumi here at underneath the basket, especially with Hanamichi just kind of circling around him like a hungry shark waiting for a block, it's so difficult for them to attack the basket. And already you're seeing that. It's shown on the screen. 6 total, 7 total rebounds for Uezumi in just, before the 2-minute timer.
Yeah, that's turning out to be quite a pick by Hold'em, just getting 2 of those defensive players to stop God from being able to use up their time and looking to end efficiently with a dunk from Nobunaga, as it's going to be so tough to penetrate and get those 2 points.
Porsche trying to get a bit frisky with the ball and actually able to connect. Loving it. Pump fake into the step back jumper. Jay once again, but Jay has kind of spaced himself quite well here. He has the threat of a 3-pointer, but he doesn't really force the issue unless he knows that he only has 1 challenger up against him, and it's going to be Weed. Oh, he just stares him straight dead in the eye and sinks in a 3.
Yeah, I was talking about who we're gonna see use that Yoshinori character well, and Jay just seems to use these guards players really, really well. Still though, they're only up by 1, and God trying to fight their way back in, despite Jay controlling the situation.
I pointed as well. Weed, just ice in his veins, answers back with a 3 of his own. Still not the advantage that they were looking for, but keeping it as close as possible. Oh, swats it out in the air. What a... I don't want to call it gorilla because that's a Kagi, but still a gorilla in his own right. Or let's call it maybe an orangutan. I don't know what to call it.
A perfect swipe nonetheless. Great defensive play. Jay reaching for the stars there, but gets the offensive board. Ultimate put-back dunk. It's a 5-point lead. Hold'em controlling this with a minute to go.
All up to Porsche, but swatted away, and Hold'em, they're back. Oh my goodness, the adjustment that this team has, and Kulak's cool, calm, and collected sidesteps for a jumper and just hits it once again, and the gap, the lead for Hold'em gets a lot more advantageous here. Of course, rival, but God is going to be using that under-over dunk from Porsche. It does keep the distance, but it's still not going to be enough. 30 seconds.
Hold'em right now can just burn time away as they get the offensive board. Oh, they're going to just go for that and pile on more. No need to waste time. We can add more points.
30 seconds, 7 points, and Dream. It's not the end of the world because God does have that game advantage, but Hold'em really controlling the pace of this one. Still not the end. Okay, 5 points. If they can hit a 3 now, steal a ball, and then hit a 2, that's going to be overtime. And they can do this because they do have the Maki. Nice little block there. It's going to open up an opportunity, and they don't miss it. But
oh, man. Just this ultimate block there by Uozumi, draining away the hopes of God for an attempt at a comeback. Hold'em showing once again why they won last year despite that loss in the first game. Adjusting well, bringing in those 2 defensive players and just throttling the tactics of God that they saw in that first game. Unable to officially score anymore. And we're going to be headed into another Game 3, Asurai.
Wow, we just push in Game 3 after Game 3 after Game 3. Nothing being wasted by any of these teams. And definitely an OMG situation. Great job from Hold'em here. God, falling a little bit at the seams there. They really wanted to get more control with Porsche, but I think the addition of the Hanamichi to the roster of Hold'em really deterred the attack that they have, because even if Porsche can hit those mid-range as well as Chris with the Oda, the speed at which Hanamichi can just go in front of your face and block you maybe puts that pressure so that they can't really move around as freely as they would want to.
I do like how Ikaku plays Uosumi, as we saw from last season. So him coming back here gets a lot of rebounds, passing out of those dunks, a lot of things that really opened up the floor, especially for Kulaks to use that Hanamichi mid-range jumper. Jay, despite not a lot of numbers on the stats there, I think he did well just setting up, using that shot fake and low pass to move the ball around. Overall, a really good win in this game. And it's going to come down to Game 3. I'm going to have to see what God has left in their arsenal. They pretty much got thwarted out in that tactical end by Hold'em in this game.
It's down to the wire once again, my friend. As Hold'em, they've been pushed to the limit, but time after time, they show to us that they are a team that knows what they have to pick up to put everybody down. And this is where that top caliber play comes into the mix. Is that in terms of raw skill, in terms of talent, teams are already at the same level. But in terms of creativity and how to counter per roster, it seems like Hold'em still has tricks, or it still has, how do you say this, a bushel of ideas to try to employ and counter other teams.
Yeah. Again, we see here in these first 2 games, this has been a pretty low-scoring affair so far in each game. I think most of the teams are doing better in just controlling the tempo and searching out for the best shot before taking them, opposed to what we saw in the previous season. We saw a lot of 20-point games, 30-point games, and that's not to spite the level of play from last time, but it's just both teams are really just upping the level of play so much that each team has to be just a bit more tactical, a bit more thoughtful in each and every move before actually executing the shot.
Makes sense, right? Because last season, we saw a lot more teams just focus on attack. And both teams are just like, give me the ball, I'll attack the rim, or I'll attack at the basket, and just keep hitting those shots round after round, or possession after possession. But coming into this one, if there's any indicator of how really locked and loaded the defense is for these teams is how many rebounds we're also seeing. So a lot of interfered shots means that there's a lot more balls that will not go swish to the basket, and that gives more opportunities for centers and rebounders to get it. That's why you're seeing, I think, Hold'em with the Hanamichi and Uwazumi altogether got about 15, 17 rebounds in just the second game. So that means that they're, like you said, man, it's all leveled up, and it seems like because of that, teams have to be more careful and more creative of how they attack that basket.
Yeah, we're just going to see how much more creative they can get here in the final game of this series, God versus Hold'em. It's the second matchup of the quarterfinals. We're going to have two more quarterfinals matchups after this one, so a lot more action left for you fans to watch. Of course, if you're watching, if you're taking a break from all the action in between games, don't forget to open up the app and actually play the game. And if you are, just type in that code that just disappeared off the screen right now, but once it comes back, just come back to it. It's going to be there, free stuff. Just pick it up right now. We're back here at the lineups of both teams as we prepare heading into the draft selection.
Now it's going to be God who gets the first pick priority, and I will always mention first pick priority just because of the point that we've seen teams crumble because they did not get the first character that they need to build up their lineup. And God having what they wanted during game one really put Hold'em to the test. But Hold'em now knows that God is a team that utilizes their first pick. So they have to be more creative. They can't just expect that they're going to try to employ something. They need to counter what God pushes out. And it seems like Hold'em is that team that is known to use the opponent's strength against them.
I think the major difference from between game one and game two was just Chris using that Hanamichi character in game one, and they weren't able to go with that in game two. So let's see if Hold'em are gonna steal that Hanamichi character, or if they're just gonna counter him with another one.
We'll see. Still setting up into the draft here. I'm really excited, pretty curious. Is Hold'em going to be pushed out of this tournament? And are we going to see our previous champions already dethroned even before they can reach the semifinals or the grand finals? That's a big blow to their ego. That's a big blow to, their reputation as the reigning champions, the crown,
Yeah, but that would maybe push them a bit harder to get even bigger if they come back again for another season. But that's the fun of storylines here in the world of sports, in the world of e-gaming. I mean, everything has a purpose. If you win, that just pushes you to be even better. If you lose, also pushes you to be better, to come back even stronger. But let's just see how they adjust here in this upcoming game 3 with the draft coming up.
Are they also going to try to maybe use the different players? So we've seen Weed, Porsche, and Chris. Are they going to try to use Ao and Zap? That could be a possibility. Maybe, but we'll see.
Yeah, we haven't seen either of these teams dipping too much into their player rotation. But none of the other teams as well. We've mostly seen teams stick to their 3-player roster so far.
After this, we still do have, I believe, 2 more best of 3s before we end the first day. And it's been an action-packed first day, not gonna lie. There has been like multiple best of 3s.
Yeah, we've had multiple best of 3. We've gone for best of 3s in every series, I think. We've had an overtime game. We've had a buzzer beater. So the action is all here today. Hopefully none of you have actually missed this. The draft selection coming up just in a bit. As we mentioned, this is where a big part of the game is already decided. Just whoever picks which players they want. Chris there, as I was mentioning before this game, that was a big part of the difference between games 1 and 2.
And there we go. Hanamichi picked up once again by God here as Hold'em. What do we have? Oh, Kazuma and Tatsumasa or Oda. What do they have for their third? Sendo!
Oh, finally! Finally, we're seeing Sendo for the first time this season. Porsche picking him up, and I think that kind of fits in the way that we've seen Porsche playing throughout this series. Porsche has been that kind of attacking guy, attacking the rim for the team. So an interesting pick. Not a lot of ball control though, though Sendo has that potential to control the ball for the team.
I am so curious about this one. Sendo talked about it once again. An ace player, you usually want to give him the ball as much time as possible because he can open up space so incredibly quick. But it's like using a Swiss Army knife. There's so many attachments to Sendo that if you don't know how to use them all properly, you're just gonna fumble and not work out.
Yeah. So here we go. Game 3 of the series. Hold'em, the defending champions. Are they going to be able to rise back into the Final Four, or will God take their place? Right now, it's Hold'em with the ball. Jay, who's been having a fantastic Champion Cup, taking the mid-range jumper. Not able to knock it down, though. Did they lose the ball there? Miscommunication.
And Sendo just trying to bait in as much as possible. That rim rejecting the offering of the Sendo player. For now, it's going to be Oldham who gets the first dip into the point department. Now back into the possession of God. Porsche, he tries to go in for the fadeaway, and it connects. Bang.
That's why you pick Sendo, just the quick scoring, able to create separation and get those 2 points on the board in a hurry. And that is also he's capable of doing, blocking away shots. Unable to get that one, but able to interfere it enough into a missed shot.
Okay. Euro step layup, but passes it back up. And once again, Porsche the control and the dip. We're seeing it, man. Space created.
Just such smooth movement there. They're going back and forth, Sendo and Maki.
Okay. Porsche. They give it back all the way through Weed. It was all across the court, or all across the court here. They have to reset the ball now. Ikaku tries to create space as he screens for Jay, but that's the power of Sendo. He has that higher jump to be able to block out his opponent. I'm not sure what it's called. I think it's like a high block or something. But anyways, it really just swats away if you try to go about it, and it gives him more distance to just cover at the defensive range. And again, God is not allowing Hold'em here to find any space whatsoever.
Yeah, just the timing of their blocks are so perfect, and we're having a low-scoring affair once again here. And another block. Both teams just not allowing anyone to score until we finally get the ball roll here. God with a 2-point advantage with the 2-minute mark coming up soon.
2-minute mark. We talk about how very low score these games are just from the pure pressure that they put upon each other. Now it's Porsche. Oh, he just throws it. That was a wide open shot. How?
Just keeps on doing that. And this is why we're so surprised that not many teams have picked up Sendo, just because he's so efficient on the offensive end.
Slaps it away from his hand, and Weed is trying to open up all these opportunities, all these moments, and God still has all the advantage in the world. 1 minute and 30 seconds, but every 2 points that you get as a lead is a big enough 2 points against them. But Kulaks finally steps up to the board and denies Sendo, or other Porsche, his opportunity to shine.
Jay here now with the ball. They are going to look for this real hard because they know that every attempt counts. The ball falls out of the hands of Kulaks there. God in a good position to take a big advantage with 1 minute left in the game. They're just burning away time as usual, as we saw in game 1. The ultimate by God. 4-point lead. Hold'em now in dangerous territory.
Oh my goodness, Hold'em is so close to getting this taken away here, and it's not done just yet. Oda, there it is, lone wolf shot, activated, set, and sunk in. Oh, slapped it away.
Oh, that's a big play there by Hold'em to get that slap, get the ball back, but another big defensive block there by Kulaks. By Weed, sorry, and to get the ball back. God now has the lead, can't almost able to emphasize it. We're down to another one, down to the wire. 20 seconds left.
And this is
Hold'em with the ball.
This is all up to Hold'em here. The problem now is, even if Hold'em does get a swish in on the ball, the problem is that they still don't have it in possession. If it goes the other way, that's going to be a violation. And, oh no. Oh no. God only has a delay.
Great defense there by what they need to do now is not mess up. They're just sticking it there. Hold'em. And down go the defending champions. God, they played to their strategy of burning away time and playing efficiently. And they are coming away with the win over the defending champions from Season 1. Moving on into the Final Four. As we're going to see here, the MVP of this game, Porsche. The selection of Akira Sendo, the first of tonight, coming away with the MVP of this game. What a game that was from Porsche, man.
I wanted to point out there real quick that because it was 8-10, and because even if Hold'em got in a shot, the possession would just fall back into the favor of their opponents here, of God. And that would mean that if God doesn't get blocked from a shot, we're not going to be seeing any overtime. And you've given ample time, that's not going to look too good. So I think what they were trying to do here for Hold'em was drain the clock as much as possible, get back the possession in their hand, and reset their own shot clock, and then maybe wish that this ball would go in so that they can push it into overtime. Maybe that was the riskiest thing that I would have thought would maybe have happened, but it was, I think, what was the optimal way for them to prolong this Game 3 and prolong their tournament life as well.
Unfortunately, it did not work out, and we're going to see God move into that Final Four to join. I think it was Yone who won the previous series as the 4 teams, as 2 of the 4 teams that we'll be playing tomorrow as well. But we'll find out who will be the remaining 2 teams that will be playing tomorrow in just a bit. But after this, we're going to see who is the MVP of this entire series. I mean, that it's a difficult pick because I think Weed played really well in their Game 1 win. Porsche playing really well, of course, here. Who do you think will step up as the MVP of the series? That's right.
Gotta be Porsche. It has to be Porsche. Like, I know that Weed and Chris definitely do a lot in terms of being able to create that pressure, because look at that, assists as well as blocks, just pretty adamant. But it's Kulaks. Interesting.
Interesting. Kulaks coming from the losing squad, but I guess he played consistently among all 3 games, and it just speaks about how closely contested all 3 games were to be able to have a player from the team that in the series as the end. But you can't deny those numbers. 4.7 points, 3.7 rebounds, 1.7 blocks, and the assists, as well as that efficient field goal shooting. It's just solid numbers all around. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to get Hold'em back into contention for the titles as the champions of the Champions Cup here in Season 2.
And that will be the end of their journey. GG's to them, but it was a hard-fought match. Gotta say, it was a very hard-fought match. But you know what? It was a great series to catch and a great game to witness overall. We saw that there is a lot of teams so very, very hungry, very, very talented, and here and now to perform in front of our eyes in the competition. And what a way to go. Now, guys, we're going to go for a quick breather, and when we come back, Champion Cup Season 2, we'll have 2 more Best of 3 series for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Good movement there by Jay, but unable to knock it down.
Gotta say, they've just crossed the ball safely from just planting the seeds of destruction as Hold'em still gasping for air with breathing space. It's a 6-4. Not yet the underworld, but God has really put us into our respective places.
Doing nothing, it's just a two-man game. And that's kind of interesting to see how that works out in the Slam Dunk Mobile game. We haven't seen that much.
That's 4 points, 1 minute. Jay has now gotten his ultimate here, but is it going to be a block? Like 3 people had to try to do against that. Oh man, time is not in their favor here, and they're really just stepping on the clock. You know, you feel it already. And
yeah, the thing here is that God just doesn't miss. They've been just knocking down everything, and they're burning away clock. 2 points. This is a scary way to play against the defending champions like this. From side, but right now God off into uncharted territories, missing 2 straight shots to start the game, and for a team that uses the screen efficiently with a dunk from Nobunaga, as it's going to be so tough to penetrate and get those 2 points.
Porsche trying to...
Yeah, I was talking about where...
Let's call it maybe an orangutan. I don't know what to call it.
A perfect swipe nonetheless. Great defensive play. Jay reaching for the start.
Sidesteps for a jumper and just hits it once again in the gap. The lead for Hold'em gets a lot up an opportunity, and they don't miss it. But
oh man, just this ultimate block there by Uozumi, draining.
Trying to bait in as much as possible. That rim rejecting the offering of the Sendo point department. Now back into the possession of God. Porsche, he tries to... Okay. Euro step layup, but passes it back up. And once again, Porsche...
Yeah, just the timing of their blocks are so perfect, and we're having a low-scoring affair once again here. And another...
upon each other. Now it's Porsche. He just throws it.
Decision to take a big advantage with 1 minute left in the game. They're just burning away time as usual, as we saw in game 1. The ultimate good...
Oh my goodness, Hold'em is so close to getting this taken away here. And this is
Hold'em with the ball.
This is all up to Hold'em here. The problem now is, even if Hold'em does get a... that they still don't have it in possession. If it does...
by Jay, but unable to knock it down.
Gotta say, they've just crossed the ball safely from just planting the seeds of destruction as Hold'em still gasping for air with breathing space. It's a 6-4. Not yet the underworld, but God has really put us into our respective places.
Doing nothing, it's just a two-man game. And that's kind of interesting to see how that works out in the Slam Dunk Mobile game. We haven't seen that much.
That's 4 points, 1 minute. Jay has now gotten his ultimate here, but is it going to be a block? Like 3 people had to try to do against that. Oh man, time is not in their favor here, and they're really just stepping on the clock. You feel it already. And
yeah, the thing here is that God just doesn't miss. They were just knocking down everything, and they're burning away clock. 2 points. This is a scary way to play against the defending champions like this. From side. But right now, God off into uncharted territories, missing 2 straight shots to start the game, and for a team that uses the screen efficiently with a dunk from Nobunaga, as it's going to be so tough to penetrate and get those 2 points.
Porsche trying to...
Yeah, I was talking about where...
Let's call it maybe an orangutan. I don't know what to call them.
A perfect swipe nonetheless. Great defensive play. Jay reaching for the start.
Sidesteps for a jumper and just hits it once again, and the gap, the lead for Hold'em gets a lot up an opportunity, and they don't miss it. But
oh man, just this ultimate block there by Uozumi, draining.
Trying to bait in as much as possible. That rim rejecting the offering of the Sendo point department. Now back into the possession of God. Porsche, he tries to... Okay. Euro step layup, but passes it back up. And once again, Porsche...
Yeah, just the timing of their blocks are so perfect, and we're having a low-scoring affair once again here. And another...
upon each other. Now it's Porsche. He just throws...
decision to take a big advantage with 1 minute left in the game. They're just burning away time as usual, as we saw in game 1. The ultimate good...
Oh my goodness, Hold'em is so close to getting this taken away here. And this is
Hold'em with the ball.
This is all up to Hold'em here. The problem now is, even if Hold'em does get a that, they still don't have it in possession. If it goes the other way...
Been there by Jay, but unable to knock it down.
Gotta say, they've just crossed the ball safely from just planting the seeds of destruction, as Hold'em still gasping for air with a base. It's a 6-4. Not yet in Underworld, but God has really put us into our respective places.
We're doing nothing. It's just a 2-man game, and that's kind of interesting to see how that works out in the Slam Dunk Mobile game. We haven't seen that much.
4 points, 1 minute. Jay has now gotten his ultimate here, but is it going to be a block? Like 3 people had to try to do against that. Oh man, time is not in their favor here, and they're really... Welcome back, guys, once again to our Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup Season 2. My name is Asarai. Joining with me now is TKNBA Time, and we are just 2 series away from ending the night, and what a day has transpired. None of these games, none of these series were, I would say, subpar or uninteresting. All of them going the distance. Game 3s abound aplenty, and we have yet to stop the trend of the final game in any of these best of 3 series, man.
Yeah, we've been seeing close games. We've seen buzzer beaters. We've seen overtime sessions. There's a lot of entertainment all around. And the series coming up, CRU Shoku against WD. We hope that's going to be another entertaining series up for anyone watching. Because WD, I think, is coming back from last season, CRU Shohoku as well. But they didn't make it to the deeper rounds of the season. So we're going to be finally seeing what they're going to be able to be capable of in this season.
Yeah, but again, they're gonna be up against WD, so it's gonna be a back and forth for sure. Both of these teams coming in from as the invited teams from season 1, and I'm just gonna be like weird about it. You know, I feel like there might be some fans that we have that are rooting for the season 1 teams compared to the season 2. I could be wrong, of course, but it's always about, you know, teams that have already proven themselves that are still trying to get deeper into the tournament, and there are other teams that are trying to prove themselves right now as their newbies, technically tournament speaking wise. Anyways, we're just gonna have to wait for a bit more, guys, and the last match that we will be having, I believe, is Lorne versus second Hold'em. So if the first Hold'em didn't get into the next bracket, we're going to be looking at the second Hold'em to try to do that for their sister team.
Yeah, we're going to see how deep their roster actually is. Maybe the second Hold'em has actually been where their secret weapons are. But let's talk about here the matchup coming up, CRU Shohoku and WD. We haven't seen much of the action from both teams, but we're going to see the names on their lineups. Let's talk about the trends that we've seen so far in this season. Before we head into the lineup, we finally got to see Akira Sendo being used and being used well. Let's see if these two teams pick it up, or maybe even the Rukawa character, which we haven't seen that much. But here's the lineups for the team. CRU Shohoku with Buckshot, Assault, and those characters. I tried running it through Google Translate. It should read Stain. I'm not sure, but let's see. If anyone's going to correct me, let's do that. And on a WD side, it's King Jate, Duncan Master, and Smexy.
I remember Bugshot being an incredible rebounder, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Buckshot was is a name that we can pretty much remember. Let's see if he's still playing that style.
Yeah, very true. On the other end, WD, Smexy, Duncan Master, and King Jataime, or King Jataime. Not really ringing the bells too much for me. But for now, we are seeing Shohoku implementing the Hisashi Mitsui. And we've seen the Mitsui really pick up a lot. He just needs to have that opening before anything else. And for WD, Maki, Nobunaga, and Naito, a very potent mix once again. And at least looking at the lineups themselves, I'm looking a bit more of an advantage for WD, but it's all up to Shohoku to show to us that these two pickups that they have, especially the three-pointer, is going to be looking good.
Yeah, that Nobunaga Maki combo is something that we've seen a lot. Despite in season 1, we barely saw Nobunaga at all. So that's something that's interesting, that Maki is able to bring out that cutting ability of Nobunaga to good use.
It's the first time I'm seeing the Kainan court in this game.
Yeah.
All right.
We're seeing a lot more courts in this season.
Jump ball. Oh, picks up by Naito. I thought it was going to be Hanamichi, but they do have both great vertical.
Yeah.
Anyways, now we have started the match already. Second before the game or the day ends. And immediately a slam dunk by Jataime on that Nobunaga.
Yeah, Nobunaga is really good at just slicing in to get those dunks. Able to get ahead. Smexy using that Maki, passing inside. Again with that cutting inside. You see that a lot. Maki just driving out to one side, just waiting for Nobunaga to just cut in and get those two easy points. As I mentioned, that combo that we've seen a lot this season.
Speaking of looking at two easy points, did he just intentionally miss the shot so he can just tip it back in by himself, because there's no one else that can really counter Hanamichi that way. But speaking of countering that way, it's Nobunaga once again with the mid-range from a different team now, but it's working.
Yeah, and he's piling those points up in a quick frenzy after the steal by Smexy. WD controlling this one early in these first 2 minutes of the game.
A wide open shot, and Assault just not able to attack the rim as elegantly as he would definitely want to. King Jataime, he's been a pretty cack shot with that Nobunaga of his, but it's not the end of the world for him, or it's not the start of the world only for him, because Smexy is there to pick up the pieces and give an 8-point advantage for WD so early on.
They're just trying to set up the screen there for Mitsui to get that three, but it's just not coming. That's great defense by WD. There's the three from Mitsui. It rolls out, however. Ball back with WD. They can put this up by double digits. That's going to be the biggest lead we've seen tonight by any team.
Not done. Oh, Mitsui denied. Assault, though, fumbles with the ball. And this is not looking good, because, yeah, WD doesn't miss a chance to pick up the ball and just capitalize on it. Another 2 points, and it's 12 differential here, TK.
Yeah, just running away with the game right now. Finally an answer to get back into the game, but they're just going to have to find a way to stop how efficiently WD has been scoring, and that's a tough task.
A tough task or a Herculean effort as now is just piling. It's not bodies piling, but it's points piling down. And the simple math of it is 12-point differential. WD is attacking the rim as much as they can, or sorry, Ashoku is trying to attack the rim as much as they can. They get a bit of fluff here and there, but in the end, it just gets back at them, double fold, and it just gets slammed in. 18 points. My God, WD is not stopping at all here.
They just can't stop. They're just finding every way to score as they can. It's gonna get Shohoku some points on the board, but the gap is just so wide. Still though, a minute 45 left. That's a lot of time left on the clock. They just really need to find a way to stop WD from scoring. Oh, just another dagger there by WD, just to say that your hopes and dreams are gonna be crushed.
Oh my God, I did not expect for this to happen, but it's a wild ride, and WD are taking us for a spin. And look at that, they're just toying with their opponents.
Yeah, they're just toying around at this point.
5 to 7 seconds of passing the ball back and forth, and Smexy, smelling blood in the water, just attacks the rim from that distance.
And the steal right away from Smexy as well. Just doing a good job. All players doing a good job playing their role. Oh, they get blocked this time. A rare defensive stop by Seiryu Shohoku. And they get the ball back. Maybe want to add some points to build up confidence for the upcoming game 2.
Well, if they can hit about 3 more of those threes, or 4 more of those threes, they'll be in a good spot for Shohoku, but that is just going to be few and far in between, as Nobunaga has been having that ultimate once again.
Right now, Seiryu Shohoku, it's a good thing that this is just game 1. They can still take some time to look back at what they need to adjust, what tactics they need to implement, but this has not looked good.
Ooh, that was a fancy 3-pointer, just hitting, then dropping straight into the basket. And all they can really do now is hope that they can, like you said, understand what they need to do. Although, because the game, the pace of each possession has quickened, maybe 8 points isn't that big of a differential. As long as Mitsui can hit about 2 3-pointers, they have a shot at this. But never mind, WD is wasting a lot of time, as well as Shohoku. Oh, okay.
Well, at least there's only 3 seconds left. It's a lot. It's too big of a gap to overcome, but at least Seiryu Shohoku kind of built some confidence later in towards the end of the game, that there is some game plan that they can use heading into that second game, what adjustments they might need to do, but it didn't look pretty early in that game, Asurai, at all.
Yeah, it definitely did not. There was just so much tempo, momentum for WD there. I don't know what was happening for WD, but it was happening at a pace that nobody can keep up. Not us, not the players, and it's looking to be such a fantastic performance, or fantastic output from WD. Look at that, 11 and 14 from Smexy and Jataime.
Yeah, Smexy coming away with that MVP award. 2 steals. I think Smexy really timed those steals really well. He just does a lot of good things with that Maki character. Duncan Master surprisingly didn't he didn't impact the game that much, but that's more because of how well Smexy and King Shitaime was doing. On the other end, they just got to adjust so much. You see there, Stain coming away with 15 points off those 5 threes. There's just a lot of homework to do in these few minutes for the other team as we head into game 2. Will this go the distance once again? Judging from how game 1 progressed, it's a tough task to pull off, but Just looking forward to see how that'll go and if we can entertain with another close series.
Well, you never know what could happen, right? A change of pick,
Yeah,
a
yeah,
different roster brought into the court
yeah,
can definitely turn the tides. Exactly, right?
for
So,
sure.
yeah, we'll have to see how Shohoku here will bring it back, as you said. But for now, Smexy and Jataime, it's undeniable. They were just
Hmm.
fantastic during that first game.
Yeah. Again, that Maki character has just been so efficient in getting these wins. It's just gonna be a factor of who's gonna be able to pick that first and use it. But we haven't really seen that much failure from picking Maki into the lineup.
Maki, like I said, I think, yeah, I'm just correct, man. It's 100% win rate, even up until now. Everybody's used Maki, and everybody has succeeded with Maki. And you know
Hmm.
what? It's a delicious mix, right? Because whenever I hear the
Hmm.
word Maki, for me, it's California Maki, and you always have a fun time when you eat that. And for me, it seems like
you're
it's kind of transition as well to Slam Dunk, where you have Shinichi Maki. You also have a pretty fun time when you use him in the game.
you're just hungry, man. You're just no, it's good. But yeah, game two coming up in just a bit. CRU Shohoku, can they come back after that rough start? WD is just showing a lot of poise in how they use their characters, specifically Smexy and King Jaime. We're gonna see if Duncan Master also has something up his sleeves. A lot more to unravel here in this second game of the series.
Now it all comes down to play to see. It might not even be the particular picks, more of just how the playstyle and possession of the ball was
Hmm.
clearly betted in here by WD. But everything can just change as we were waiting for our second game to go underway, guys. And
Hmm.
it could also be maybe a differential here. I think if Shohoku have the first pick once again, they might have a
Hmm.
different playstyle that they can use. Or if they're even second pick because they allow their opponents to go first pick, they can secure two of the better options for them and just allow maybe the Maki to go in the hands of WD or even steal that Maki. But we'll see how that pans out in just a jiffy.
Hmm. While we're waiting, of course, you can also fire up the Slam Dunk mobile game app and use the code right below me there. Yep, use that
Oh
code.
yeah.
Pick up your freebies. Pick up your freebies. We're not sure exactly what those freebies are, but we're just giving those away
I
left
was
and
I was
right.
about to do it
Just
now. I was getting my phone already. I forgot to actually
yeah,
input
the
mine.
lineups are up. Same players there as these two teams are on a pretty short rotation.
Yeah, it's like 3 players per team,
Yep.
so they've gotten the required amount of players to play into the game compared to the others. Now we've seen actually what teams have like 5 or 6 members in total. That's pretty wild. That's pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. But we haven't seen many teams go that deep into the rotations anyway. Uh, we haven't seen actually teams go into the fourth and fifth player, but maybe they're just saving that up for the deeper rounds should they advance.
Possible. They're saving up their scary player that's like super super good that they just don't want to show his moves just yet for the other teams that they're kind of hiding their strategies. But for now, all things are laid bare in front of the audience, in front of the casters, as Shohoku is on the precipice of defeat. And all they can really do now is try to wiggle a victory against WD, who have been, I would just say the D in WD is probably dominant because they have been just dominating. They have just been destroying Shohoku in that game number one.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, though, I think we're down. I think the only main player that we haven't seen used is still Rukawa. We've seen a Sendo used once. We've seen a Fujima used once, but still surprise. I don't know if it's called surprising, but yeah, we haven't seen a Rukawa. That might be a curveball that one of these teams might want to try throwing out there. in search of the victory.
And here we are already. Yeah, WD will be given the first pick priority. This opens up Shohoku for 2 picks immediately for them. And they pick up the Nobunaga and hover over Satoru? Oh, Nobunaga. Kazuma. Yeah, makes more sense.
Okay. That's still surprising. No one picking up that Maki pick yet. CRU Shohoku not going with the popular Maki Shinichi. No one going with the Maki pick. Could end up with Stain there. There we go. The last pick, Stain goes with Maki for a full Kainan lineup. On the other end for WD, it's Tatsumasa, Akira Sendo, and Hanamichi. So we're going to see Sendo once again. Last time Sendo was used, they were able to come away with a win. Let's see if it works that way for WD in this series.
There's a lot more movement in the ball when the Sendo was played in the previous series, but this could be a different spell, TK, moving forward into this game. But that was curious. I thought that they would pick up the Maki, but Ascendo does give a lot of options as well, like we talked about. But we'll see how that goes, because they also do have, of course, the Oda. That means that the Sendo and Oda can just play around with each other and have so many attack angles around the court.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do now, just putting Sendo and Oda on the right side and leaving Duncan Master away. Assault and Stain going back and forth. Oh, getting blocked at the rim there. Assault. Stain, though, using that Maki. Getting blocked once again. CRU Shohoku, not a good start for them at all.
What is that acrobatics from Sendo? He tries to attack to the right. Somebody's there, and the left is open, and he just whips up the ball to the left. The power from this man is numerous, but of course, they get to have Assault on that Nobunaga, who brings it back with a quick dunk.
Yeah, I think that's where some of the similarities between Sendo and Maki, as terms of characters to use, are that they really emphasize on being able to use combos in their game set, and that really gives them their advantage when you use them to play. But if you're not as skilled as using those combos, you might not be as much effective as you want it to be.
Could be. This has been possession after possession. Jataime just not having the luck of the draw in terms of how he attacks onto the rim. And that is going to be a really aggressive block from Duncan Master, just anticipating that Nobunaga is one of the ones that he has to be scared about. But you know what? At that distance from WD, you also have to respect that Oda is such a crack shot.
Yeah, such a good mid-range jump shooter. CRU Shohoku, they're going to have to figure something out, because they keeps getting swatted at the rim there. It's a good block shot timer by Duncan Master.
Okay. WD stretching the lead. Are they going to be able to do that? Or is Shohoku going to answer it back? Very severe interference, but in the end, it's still going to swish and flick. Jataime once again back into the possession, but this is where Maki shows his worth, not only with that ball control, but also the ability to steal it, swipe it away from the hands of his counter.
Quick turn of events here. Shohoku just tying the game up again. Though WD now has the ball, but we're back to the square zero.
What a fadeaway, but it was just too many bodies blocking, and the accuracy dipping even further for this Akira Sendo. Assault playing around with the ball, passes it to the Maki, who does go around and basically leaves 2 in the dust as he attacks the rim to give the lead to Shohoku.
Perfect timing to hit the combo there by Stain, giving them the slight advantage of going up ahead and having the possession. But the tie game here still, he's just keeping on hitting those combos. As you mentioned, the combos of the ultimate by Maki now has CRU Shohoku in the lead, but WD nipping at their heels as we hit the 1 minute 30-second mark.
It's all about those ultimates. With what if the well runs dry? Anything of a normal shot from WD connects, and anything that's a special here from Shohoku can get contested, and it get contested once again.
And
Maki,
again.
he just wanted, but the blocking from WD is in spades.
And that is a big shot by WD to get up ahead, since Seiryu Shohoku used up 2 ultimates to failure.
Not done just yet. This Maki has a lot of fuel in the gas compartment, and he is pushing this even further. He passes it up back to Duncan Master. A lot of movement onto the ball. And speaking of movement, it's a turnaround dunk. But of course,
what
Maki
a block.
once again blocks the ball, and it's even. Never
That's
mind.
gonna go through though. The shot by Oda, the lone wolf shot, putting WD up by 2 with 40 seconds left. CRU Shohoku needs to answer.
Now that ball is picked up by Shohoku, so they still have an opportunity to, like you said, answer back. Got plenty of time, but look at that aggressive Duncan. Kazama brings it at least to a draw, to a tie. But the clock is ticking. Oh my goodness, this Hanamichi has yet to drop a mid-range.
Just a quick shot there by Hanamichi, and now we're down to 20 seconds left. The shot clock will expire first for CRU Shohoku. Let's see how they use it. They're going to try to utilize all of that clock, it seems. Before going into that pass, the shot by Assault rims out. Time running down, but the dunk to tie the game with 4 seconds left. WD with a chance to win it. At the buzzer once again. Sendo, it rolls in! The buzzer barely beaten, barely 1 second left, and oh my god. The layup by Sendo to win it. Oh man, that was another. I'm just figuring out which adjectives that we haven't used already to describe that. What an ending to that game, man.
That was a jaw-dropping scenario, a jaw-dropping moment for all of us. Jataime, he only has 2 successful shots. The one that we saw, and the buzzer beater that he hit. The buzzer beater for the win. That was just beautiful for him, and what a heartbreaking loss for Shohoku. We could have gone to overtime. But it was just not enough. As I don't know, WD, they're just built different.
Oh man, they just really. I don't think they never really wavered from the fact that they were going to win this one. They just really kept composed, racked up defensive possessions, the blocks, the steals, just did everything. And King Shitaime, I mean, Akira Sendo is a character that keeps on proving time and again that is an effective character that these teams can use. I mean, even if he's been picked only twice, they've been successful picks so far in this season.
So successful, I would say. I just wanted to point out again, I'm such a fan of the Akira Sendo. It's so fun to watch him. Like, aesthetically, his movements are really fun to watch.
Yeah. So a loss here. The Maki Shinichi character, a rare loss here seen, but great effort by Yu Shohoku to just come back in here. Assault had that chance to kind of ice it and win it, but missed that mid-range jumper. It was a good effort by CRU Shohoku, just not enough to take down WD. And that'll be the first series of the night where we go 2-0. But that does not mean that the level of competition in this series has been a big gap. I mean, CRU Shohoku, they kept it really close aside from that game 1 with WD. That's a fun series all around and a beautiful way to finish it.
Now, the question to follow up is, who's the MVP for this particular series overall? It's gonna be close. I feel like it should go to. I think it's gonna go
I,
to Drunken Master. I think he just did
well,
overall really good.
I mean, in game one, I think Duncan Master didn't really do too much. Yeah, I was gonna say here. I was gonna say as the screen comes up, just like I knew it, but no. I was gonna say the King Shatim probably should have done a lot. That PBG looks a bit high at 18, and the field goal percentage is suspiciously high at 119. But just straying away from the statistics on the screen there a bit, King just did really well in both games to really give the win to WD. Aside from that buzzer beater,
Okay, that's suspicion of yours.
Yeah. Yeah, they fix it a bit up there at 59. That makes more sense. But yeah, just the scoring all around, especially that buzzer beating shot. I think though Smexy did really well in connecting the game between both players and just the whole situation. Just a great team win by WD, and we're gonna see them into the final four tomorrow.
Yeah, and again, just to remind everybody, guys, that all the matches that we have, at least for the round of 16, round of 8, and I believe round of 4 is all going to be best of 3s. But once we go for the bronze match, that's going to be a best of 5. And when we go for the grand finals, that is going to be a best of 7. So for the moment, we're going to go for a quick break. And when we come back, it's going to be the last match of the day. I believe that is going to be between Second Hold'em and Lorne. So don't go anywhere. Our tournament is still continuing after the break. Now we have started the match already. Second before
Nobunaka to just cut in and get those 2 easy points. As I mentioned, that combo that we've seen a lot.
Elegantly as he would definitely want to. King Jataime, now he's been a pretty shot. Capitalize on it. Another 2 points, and it's 12 differential here, TK.
Yeah, just running, but they're just gonna have to find a way to stop how efficiently WD has been scoring
points. My God, WD is not stopping at all here.
They just can't stop. They're just finding every way. A lot of time left on the clock. They just really need to find a way to stop WD from scoring. It's doing a good job. All players doing a good job playing their role. Oh, they get blocked this time. A rare defensive stop. Maybe want to add some points to build up confidence for the upcoming game 2.
3 more of those 3s, or 4 more of those 3s. They'll be in a good
state. Though, using that Maki. Getting blocked once again. CRU Shohoku, not a good start for them at all.
Could be. This has been possession after possession.
They're gonna have to figure something out because they keeps getting swatted at the rim there. It's a good block shot timer by Duncan Master.
Dipping even further for this Akira Sendo. Assault playing around with the ball, passes it to the Maki, who does
up again, going up ahead and having the possession, but the tie game here still going.
But if the well runs dry, anything of a normal shot from WD connects, and anything that's a special one contested, and it gets contested once again. Get this even further. Okay, passes it up back to Duncan Master. A lot of movement onto the ball. And speaking of move, push up, but of course, Maki once again blocks the ball, and it's even.
Answer.
Now that ball is picked up by Shohoku, so they still have an opportunity to, like you said, answer back.
Clock, it seems. Before going into that pass, the shot by Assault rims out. With a chance to win it at the buzzer.
have started the match already. Second before
Nobunaga to just cut in and get those 2 easy points. As I mentioned, that combo that we've seen a lot.
Elegantly as he would definitely want to. King Jataime, no, he's been a pretty cack shot. Capitalize on it. Another 2 points, and it's 12 differential here, TK.
Yeah, just running in, but they're just gonna have to find a way to stop how efficiently WD has been scoring.
Point! My God, WD is not stopping at all here.
They just can't stop. They're just finding every way. A lot of time left on the clock. They just really need to find a way to stop WD from scoring. Just doing a good job. All players doing a good job playing their role. Oh, they get blocked this time. A rare defensive stop. Maybe want to add some points to build up confidence for the upcoming game 2. Back.
3 more of those threes, or 4 more of those threes. They'll be in a good
Staying though, using that Maki. Getting blocked once again. CRU Shohoku, not a good start for them at all.
Could be. This has been possession after possession.
They're gonna have to figure something out because they keeps getting swatted at the rim there. It's a good block shot timer by Duncan Master.
Dipping even further for this Akira Sendo. Assault, playing around with the ball, passes it to the Maki, who does
up again, going up ahead and having the possession, but the tie game here still going.
But if the well runs dry, anything of a normal shot from WD connects, and anything that's a special one contested, and it gets contested once again. Get this even further. Okay, passes it up back to Duncan Master. A lot of movement onto the ball. And speaking of movement, but of course,
what
Maki
a block.
once again blocks the ball, and it's even.
Answer.
Now that ball is picked up by Shohoku, so they still have an opportunity to, like you said, answer back.
Clock, it seems. Before going into that pass, the shot by Assault rims out. With a chance to win it. At the buzzer once again. Sendo. Yeah.
Anyways, now we have started the match already. Second before
Nobunaga to just cut in and get those 2 easy points. As I mentioned, that combo that we've seen a lot.
Elegantly as he would definitely want to. King Jataime, no, he's been a pretty cack shot. Capitalize on it. Another 2 points, and it's 12 differential here, TK.
Yeah, just running, but they're just gonna have to find a way to stop how efficiently WD has been scoring.
Point! My God, WD is not stopping at all here.
They just can't stop. They're just finding every way. A lot of time left on the clock. They just really need to find a way to stop WD from scoring. Doing a good job. All players doing a good job playing their role. Oh, they get blocked this time. A rare defensive stop. Maybe want to add some points to build up confidence for the upcoming game 2.
3 more of those threes, or 4 more of those threes. They'll be in a
back. Staying though, using that Maki. Getting blocked once again. CRU Shohoku, not a good start for them at all.
Could be. This has been possession after possession.
They're gonna have to figure something out because they keeps getting swatted at the rim there. It's a good block.
We're back again, guys, for the Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup Season 2 final match of the day. And it's going to be a bit of a doozy because these are 2 new teams. It's gonna be Lorne up against Second Hold'em.
Yeah, the Second Hold'em, as you might have guessed in their name, should be a sister team from Hold'em, the other team Hold'em that was already dropped out of contention for the title. But nonetheless, as you mentioned, these are 2 new teams that have qualified through Season 2. We haven't seen them in action yet, but that's what we're gonna witness in a couple of minutes coming up. Again, this is the last game of the quarterfinals. It will be a best of 3 series, and we'll be seeing the lineups coming up soon. And this is the quarterfinals. To see these 2 teams are going to be playing for the last spot in the Final 4. That will be played tomorrow starting at 6 p.m. GMT plus 7. Of course, if you're in the Philippines, if you're in Singapore, Malaysia, that'll be at 7 p.m. at your time.
Yeah, just add 1, guys. It's as easy as that. But you know what's not easy is the journey for any of these teams. Aside from the match that we saw from WD a while ago up against Shohoku, It's been all best of threes, but now, of course, going quickly into the draft, Lauren picking up the Hanamichi as Hold'em looking towards the Nobunaga and the Oda.
Yeah. That's still a surprising pick for me that we're seeing a lot of Oda. At first, it started out that we wouldn't be seeing him that much, but yeah, we're seeing a lot of that. And the surprising pick of Yashinori by Y-Witch. Yoshinori, that's been a surprisingly popular pick throughout this season so far, interestingly. And your boy right there as the last pick, Ryota, for always. Second Hold'em.
Always good. But here's where it might get a bit difficult for Yoshinori. I feel like Yoshinori might be a easy pickings for Ryota's stealing capabilities. Yeah. Possibly,
Yeah. We'll see how these two teams utilize their players. Of course, Lauren with Y-Witch, Karnzanarak, and X-Bear on their end.
Karnzanarak is going to go for that jump ball. Should win that straight up, which he does. No contestation whatsoever from his opponent as Y-Witch is the one to go straight for the interception. Ryota goes, Lunase. Okay, I see you. And now, ball control all in the hands of second Hold'em.
Leroy there just waiting for the pass, but unable to knock down the mid-range jumper, though. Y-Witch there with a quick pass and a block. A great block there by second Hold'em. Now they're going to zigzag. Zigzag with that mid-range J, and it goes in clean to get the first 2 points in the game on the board.
And second Hold'em having so much to do. Lunasi, what is going to be spat out by the basket there. Not looking too good. And of course, we've only just begun with this. Another contested three-pointer and not going to be a connected shot at all.
Y-Witch taking a lot of those three-pointers, but Karnzanarak is just right there to pick everything up. Another block, though. Another block there by Lauren, and they get the ball back.
I mean, they're winning the rebounds, but they're not winning in terms of the points overall. And imagine if you have like 100 rebounds and nothing shot off by your three-pointer. That's a sad, sad tale. And it seems like that is going to be the spell that we have here. How many rebounds have we gone? And it's only still 2 points at its advantage.
Yeah, just only 2 points. The score is so low right now. Teams have really not figured out what they want to do on that offensive end.
Oh my gosh. And X-Bear, he could just throw the ball in himself. He's very near it, and nobody's actually trying to just get on him. And Lunasi finally steals the ball away.
Yeah, finally loses that possession. Zigzag, he hit that earlier, and he hits it once again. Might seem like not much, but at the rate that the score is going up, that's a pretty big lead there for second Hold'em.
I cannot agree more. Finally, Lauren finding their own as they've all but abandoned Y-Witch for those three-pointers. Again, there's just too many bodies on the three-pointer himself. There's a lot of control in Oda. He doesn't seem like he's supposed to be a center because of all that mobility, but he is. And it's going to be Lunasi, of course, with the fadeaway jumper. That's going to connect, and we got ourselves a 4-point lead here for Hold'em.
Yes. Slowly picking it up. Lauren, though, trying to hit. Lauren has not been able to connect on those three-pointers at all. They've tried almost 10 attempts, I guess, probably. Maybe this will be the first one. There we go. Yoshinori able to get that three-pointer finally in for Lauren.
But this could actually be even more difficult because they've given Lunasi enough time to get his ultimate up. And this is where it becomes tricky because Ryota, if he can, I believe, hit shots, if he can create points when he's still in that ultimate, it prolongs the duration of that thing. Speaking of prolonging the duration, it was up in the air, the ball, I mean, and it was just dunked right in by Karnzanarak.
Yeah, just getting that back up. Second Hold'em now down to up by only 1, have the ball in their hands. Will they get that special? Another block there by Karnzanarak, coming up clutch here in these last few moments, but slicing his way in is Lunea, 69.
Yeah, Lunasi, I believe.
Lunasi.
Unless it's Lunasea, but I think Lunasi might be the pronunciation for that. Again, these 3-pointers, because there's just someone just putting themselves, projecting themselves in front of you, it's an even difficult time for Wywitch, and I'm not sure what's happening here. It seems like it's Groundhog Day for a bit of that sequence.
A lot of rebounds though still. Lauren with the ball, down by 3. They can go to Wywitch for that 3-pointer, but trying to avoid it. Can't even hit that open mid-range day.
Another activation in that ultimate for Lunasi, and he's just playing around with the ball. 20 seconds on the clock. They can keep going about this because they have so much mobility, and look at how they go around the perimeter, and it goes over the hands of Jun Uazumi. What a fatal mistake. 3-pointer, but it's interfered once again.
They're down to the final 10 seconds here. Second Hold'em should be able to cruise away with this, unless Lauren finds a quick way to score up there at the rim by Zigzag. And that is how the first game of this final series goes. Second Hold'em with quite an easy win towards the latter parts of the game against their opponents, Lauren, as we head on to, before we head on to the second game.
They forced the issue of the 3-pointer so much that's basically it. That they had so much opportunity with Uazumi and Hanamichi to just attack the rim under the paint. I think that would have been an easier time because, again, how many times did they get the rebound on that first sequence in the start of the game?
Yeah, we'll be seeing the stats soon. How many rebounds Uazumi and the Sakurangi characters got here. Check that in. 6 rebounds apiece by X-Bear and Karn Zanarak, but only 4 points coming out of those rebounds, and that's why on second Hold'em side they were able to come away with the win. Lunacy MVP of this game, able to get 6 points, 2 steals, and 3 assists. But once again, this was a low-scoring affair that got only. We were down at 2-0 for the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, and it went so far south. I think the only reason why second Hold'em got them or got an advantage is because Lunasi, as a Ryota, has, I believe, the passive ability to intercept passes, and he got about 2 to 3 of those intercepts. That's why we saw at least opportunities when they got the possession to get the ball in. And I think if not for that, we might have been seeing a much closer, much low-scoring game.
I do not think that either team would be really satisfied with how they played in Game 1, just for the flow of the game, just how finishing they are. So I think we should expect to see a lot of changes coming up in Game 2, just to smoothen things out, even from second Hold'em side that got the win.
Yeah, and second Hold'em, they're the ones already looking to end off this series, but there also always could be a ability to retract and mount that comeback from Lorne, as they showed a lot of promise, especially in that the defense control with the rebounds and everything, but it was just their ability to score that really got hampered. And in the end, if you can't score in a game of basketball here in Slam Dunk Mobile, it's just not going to work, obviously.
Yeah, that Yoshinori pick, that's a pick that we've seen a lot tonight, but again, we haven't seen any team that has used it well. I'm not looking only at the scoring, but also in terms of playmaking, other stuff like that. It hasn't really been that much of a sexy pick, but they keep going to it. I don't know. Maybe there's something that these players know a bit more than me, but let's just see how it changes up in Game 2 if these two teams, Lauren and second Hold'em, what kind of tactics they still have on their hands.
Yeah, and we were just preparing the next set of matches for you. Is it going to be the final game of the day, or are we going to go for another Game 3 here? And that last series was just a enigma and an outlier from all the best of threes that we have. We'll see how it goes, as now we're just going to remind you guys to, again, get your code. Claim it now, guys, because we're going to have a different code for you tomorrow for you to claim as well. And of course, once again, we're going to thank every single one of you guys for making this all possible, and of course for tuning with us even after all of the matches that we have gone through. And be sure to know that we have more matches tomorrow coming up, and as TK said, it's going to be happening GMT +7, 6 p.m.
Yes, sir. But in your time in the Philippines, in Singapore, Malaysia, in GMT +8, it's going to be at 7.
Exactly
So
that.
just be ready for that.
All right, now we're just chilling just a little bit more. But if I'm going to ask you here and now, who do you
Mhm.
what the player or character specifically have you enjoyed the most watching today from these matches that we saw?
I just really like seeing. I mean, Maki is such an easy pick just for how that's an easy pick. So I'm not gonna pick him because I don't like that. I just really like Oda. I just like really like seeing how players have utilized Oda with his mid range jumping, especially that buzzer beater that we had early on. So that's a player that I've really liked, man.
Yeah. Speaking of Oda, we haven't seen Oda use at least from that game one between Lauren and Second Holder. Maybe he's not
Yeah.
just not just
Sorry.
favored by
Mhm.
any of these teams.
Yeah.
Possibly. But anyways, this second game we might see a different spell as Lauren already gasping for air. As that second game is already their match point, series point, more specifically.
Gotta give credits to that Lauren logo. It seems very handmade, custom made. So they're putting in a lot of efforts on their end to make it feel like their own. The second Hold'em though, I want to see what that logo is. Is that kind of like a giant or a bull? I don't know, but they
I
have
make
a
it like an Oni bull.
yeah.
Yeah, right.
That looks cool. That looks cool though. But Lauren has their own style, and they're gonna be looking forward to maybe extend seeing that logo here to another game 3 maybe if they can pull it back in this game. But second Hold'em, they have a loaded up roster there with 5 players. Let's see if they can pull something off.
You're still waiting for the draft to begin, and I can only assume what we'll be seeing as picks because they really did employ a different lineup from what we saw from the other teams. But to be fair, all other teams have their own understanding and interpretation of the game, like I said when we started the day. And it's been, I would say, if we probably put the percentage of how different the look or how many different lineups we've seen from season 2 compared to season 1, season 2 would definitely trump season 1 by a distance.
For sure. Just waiting to enter the draft room just a bit. Again, we keep emphasizing that we enjoy the action on the court for these slam dunk mobile games, but half of the battle is done during these drafts. If you can get the players that you want, that really spells to your advantage for either teams here.
There's still a lot of players from Second Hold'em that they can use, but it seems like they just really like to use Lunasi and the others to full effect. Maybe I'm kind of curious if Lunasi actually has a Maki in his roster. I believe these players are using their own personal accounts.
Yeah.
So it depends on their progression as well with their particular characters, because you can't expect everybody to have the best characters or all of the characters unlocked already and fully equipped as well. So that's possibly something.
Yeah, we'll have to see who he picks with. But I feel like Zigzags did really there early in the game, just on those mid-range jumpers. But yeah. Okay.
Watching it once again, it's the same. It's
Okay.
almost the same thing.
Yeah, we have just a bit of a change there with X-Bear, I think. I think X-Bear went another direction in that first game, but the other two players on Lauren's side, Y-Witch and Carnes and Arak, going with their same selections. So not expecting much of a change in game plans. Let's just see if Lauren, especially Y-Witch, is going to be able to connect on those threes that they were attempting so much there in game 1.
Lauren, they got to put out all the stops here, or else Second Hold'em is just going to put him at gunpoint and, just eke out the victory. And in any case, Karna Zarak is going to be starting this off with another jumper. Is he going to get contested by Oda? Looks like that's going to be a quick little no, as Y-Witch It's going to be up for this man here as he tries to use the Noshinori once again. Maybe that three-pointer is going to connect here and now. Not going to happen.
Yeah, starting off the same way that it was in game 1, a missed three-pointer. Not a good sign for Lauren.
Good sign. An attack onto the rim, and Lunasi read that attack like a book, immediately passing it on to the person behind him and then just dunking it right in for a nice little twofer.
Similar possession there for Lauren. A quick three and a miss. It's going to be a two-man game between Lunasi and Zigzag. Same possession, same result, same execution. Lauren just has to find something new, and there they go with a mid-range jumper. Still another miss. Second Hold'em going away once again. They're just sticking Leroy there in that other corner, waiting for that mid-range J to come their way.
And if Lunasi finds nothing, he can just always, like you said, pass it to Leroy. But at the other edge of that court, it's also Zigzags here who can hit those mid-range jumpers.
Yeah, just great spacing there by second Hold'em. As you see there, one guy in the corner waiting for that mid-range jumper. And if it doesn't work, just go to Lunacy for that dunk over and over again. It's like a cheat code right now for second Hold'em as they go up by 8.
Is that the three-pointer that's going to go in, even with the severe interference? Looks like not going to happen, but it's been, I would say, deja vu is what we're seeing in this game. Over and over, Lunasi keeps doing that little attack to the rim, and then only small variation, and it works so exceedingly well for them. But speaking of exceedingly well, finally some rebounds and aggressive dominance from Karnazarak on that paint is giving opportunities for White Witch, who is still 0 at the three-point line.
Still unable to knock down any of those threes, and Lauren just so needs them so much, especially now that they're down by 8 points once again after that ultimate dunk by second Hold'em.
8 points already with that big gap. Wywitch wide open, and it is finally gonna go in. That is what Lauren was looking for. That is what Lauren is looking at, and it's not done just yet. Lassie, though, has the ultimate active already, and that gives Zigzags all the time in the world, all the distance to hit another attack from that farther distance.
Yeah, just the setup, the second Hold'em. You just see how they practice it. It's just a baseline drive by Lunacy, and then the other two guys just wait at the 45 angle, ready to take the shot. There, right there again, but a bit of a mix-up there. Pouncing a little bit too early into the shot. Still dominating by second Hold'em. Lauren needs another three, cannot get it.
Oh my gosh, Wywitch, just like three people slapping away as it tries to line up a three-point. It does open up something for Karnazarak, but of course that is only going to be the two-pointer. Yeah, it's going to be fine, I think, for second Hold'em, because they can always do that ridiculous combo of Ryota attacking the rim, passing it on to Nobunaga, who has nobody who can time and block his dunk at all.
Yeah, unable to find an answer for that, and it just seems like second Hold'em is going to burn away time and cruise away to the victory. This time, Lunacy goes for 2 points on his off the defense by Lauren.
That three-pointer just really flirting with Wywitch and not giving in. It's been a really, really tough time for Lauren here, especially when Wywitch is the only one that seems to be the only true scorer for this team. Oda, he's been charging his ultimate in the corner for about a minute or so now, and he adds to the dip. 11-point advantage for second Hold'em.
That's a great way, this is a great spectating just to see second Hold'em finding a combination that works and just attacking it. And that's what you like to see from these teams. They're just finding their ways and just going at it relentlessly.
And they're just passing the ball. They know they have it already, so all they're doing here is passing the ball and burning the timer as much as they can, draining it, leaving lesser opportunities for Lauren to get it back in their possession.
And Lauren We'll probably get just one more final shot in. Again, another missed three-pointer. I feel like it's only one made three-pointer for Wywich throughout this.
Maybe that's going to be a 2 3-pointer. And
okay,
yeah, he does,
okay.
But it's 8 points difference. So that's just going to be a victory already for Second Hold'em. And we know that they're going to be the ones to go further beyond here in our tournament now.
Yeah, so 4 teams. The 4 teams are set already for the Final Four, but we look at the score of this game for the last time. No surprise. Oh, actually, Lunacy, no surprises there. He was setting up everything. 9 assists on the way to the MVP award for this game. 16 points by Zigzag, just knocking those mid-range jumpers. And we'll be checking in who will win the MVP of this series in a bit. Who do you think is going to be?
It has to be Zigzags. He just got all the points in the world. I know that Lunacy had about 9 assists, but I think it's going to be Zigzags. But we'll see. We'll see.
No, we'll see. I do feel that Lunacy just did what he did over the first 2 games, just passing it out, and maybe that favors a bit more towards the MVP rankings. But that doesn't take away what Leroy has done for this team. A good mid-range jumper, and I feel like he drew away the defense. Away on that other side, making it easier for the other 2 players to score.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? If they don't find any good percentage shots for Zigzags and Lunacy all the way, they're just going to give it to Leroy, who, as an Oda, seems to always give them that opportunity to score once again because he's a center that can hit jump shots, and that's insane.
Yep. On the other end, on Lauren's side, Wywich there, they were really banking on him to make those 3-pointers, but never really got into the rhythm. And Karzonarak, maybe he was able to do the rebounding and defense a bit well there on X-Bears, and not so much impact on the game in both of those games. But they made it to this round, deep into the quarterfinals. Just gotta go back and practice a bit more, and hopefully they can make it back if or when there is a season 3 of the Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup Southeast Asia.
Yeah, for sure. They're a team that I would definitely watch out for. You know, the more we do give them that opportunity. But for now, it is actually going to be Lunacy. He has 100% on his field goal. He has like 4 points per game, but in the end, I don't think that's where he really shined. Where he did was the steals that he had and the assists that he gave for his team.
Yeah, I think those assists, though, were not just a product of Lunacy's only individual playmaking. I think it was also the positioning of both Leroy and Zigzags. I was just really being right in the right place at the right time to just pick up those passes and put them in.
Next, we're going to just check out our updated brackets of what matches we're going to be witnessing for tomorrow as we wait, or actually we know already, but we just wanted to show you guys a bit more. And here we are for this one, TK.
Yeah, of the best teams remaining left, Yone will go up against God, and then WD against Second Hold'em. That's a good mix of new teams and old teams. Yone, of course, and WD from qualified teams from the previous season, and God and Second Hold'em, new qualified teams from season 2. So that is a fun twist, new and the old going against each other. I really enjoyed what we saw from God today in terms of their tactics going up against their matchup against the defending champions Hold'em. So I'm really looking forward to see how they're going to do against Yone tomorrow when we come back to the action.
Yeah, God's been an incredible team to watch today. And honestly, these teams that came from the second qualifiers, they're all really, really good. Anyways, guys, that's all the time that we have for this first day of the Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup Season 2. We hope to see you guys tomorrow, or we will see you guys tomorrow. So
yes,
we'll see you then. My name is Astra, and again, with me is TK NBA Time. It's a pleasure, dude. I'll see you then. So for all our viewers, thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, see you guys. My second hold'em. Now they're going to zigzag. Zigzag with them, yeah. And
got on him, and Lunasi finally steals the ball away.
yeah, finally loses that possession. Zigzag.
A lot of control in Oda. He doesn't seem like he's supposed to be a center because of all that mobility, but he is. And
picking it up. Lauren, though, trying to hit. Lauren has not been able to connect on those three-pointers at all. They've tried almost 10 attempts, I guess, probably.
Shots. You know, if he can create points when he's still in that ultimate, it prolongs the duration of that thing. Speaking of
up only one, have the ball in their hands. Will they get that special? Another block there by Carnes and Rock coming up clutch here in the.
And he's just playing around with the ball. 20 seconds on the clock. They can keep going about this because they have so much mobility. And look at how they go around the perimeter. And
second hold'em should be able to cruise away with this, unless Lauren finds a quick way to score. The same way that it was in game one, a missed three-pointer. Not a good sign for Lauren.
Good sign.
Similar possession there for Lauren. A quick three and a miss. It's going to be a two-man game between there in that other corner, waiting for that mid-range J to come their way.
And Lunasi finds nothing.
Boy, yeah, just great spacing there by second hold'em, as you see there. One guy in the corner waiting for that mid-range jumper. And if it doesn't...
Will 0 at the three-point line.
Still unable to knock down any of those threes, and Lauren just so needs them so much.
8 points already with that big gap. Wywitch wide open. It does open up something for Karnazarak, but of course that is only going to be the two-pointer. Yeah, it's going to be fine, I think, for second hold'em point. It's been a really tough time for Lauren here, especially when Wywitch is the only one that seems to be the only true scorer for this team. Adds to the dip. 11-point advantage for second hold'em.
That's a great way. This is a great spectating just to see one. I feel like it's only one mid three-pointer for Wywitch throughout this